Yeah, like it's set in stone. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. Yeah. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Like an unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy up, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills.
Dive into a reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into a reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
Coming in, don't hit pause. Owning it like the boss. We taking care of the job like we the best. Going in for the chase, about to go celebrate. We can take home first place like first and 10.
Out in this world we can explore anything we want to the core. So come on, we'll play this game. Show all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to stop, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Raise the bar, ready to stop, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
Yeah, I bet you will show more your skills. Dive into a reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Dive into a reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what, we will weather any storm when we're together. We can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang bang we love for you.
Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into a reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang bang we win. Set in stone. Set the tone like it's set in stone. From fire, yeah. Could've never faced this alone. Keep my head up and breathing low. But my heart with the ones I know, yeah. Cause I got the bass turned up loud, and the best that I know around. Fire that we can't live without, yeah. I can't lie, I'm burning white, but my own mind needs you inside. I feel this time it's on tonight, but wishing I'm not seeing light. And if I'm right, I've seen the sign. Seems like there's no more lonely nights, no. Then I guess I know that I'm feeling the fire. I can see nothing in our way when we're catching on fire. When we're both here taking the day, are you ready for fire? Cause it seems we're on the same flame, and I feel this heat in the space. Then oh, I guess I know that I'm feeling the the red suddenly, barely time to count up to 3. Look around at my company, yeah. The sky opens up for lightning, time crawls up close, it's tightening. My brothers do the right thing, tapping on the floor. I can't lie, I'm burning white, but my own mind needs you inside. I feel this time it's on tonight, but wishing I'm not seeing light. And if I'm right, I've seen the signs. Seems like there's no more lonely nights, no. then I guess I know that I'm feeling the fire. I can see nothing in our way when I'm catching on fire. When we're both here taking the day, are you ready for fire? Cause it seems we're on the same flame, and I feel this heat in the space. Then I guess I know that I'm feeling the. Watch the clouds break apart. Are we going back to the start? Going back to the start, yeah. But I'm feeling the fire up in my heart. Don't you think that we're ready for another part? Cause I know that we're really too far from the start. Cause I know that we're really too far from the start. But I'm feeling the fire up in my heart. Don't you think that we're ready for another part? Cause I know that we're really too far from the start. And I'm feeling the that I'm feeling the. Catching on fire. When we're both here taking the day, are you ready for fire? Cause it seems we're on the same flame, and I feel this heat in the space. Then I guess I know that I'm feeling the.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Grand Finals of Free Fire Max Skyesports Pro League. Free Fire Max creators, also the Super Warriors, we enter the monumental final battle. We are ready to witness the pinnacle of competition, skill, and passion in Free Fire Max like never before. I am Tanya. Alongside me, it is Crips. How are you doing, Crips?
I'm doing really well, Tanya. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, and a very warm welcome to all of you viewers as well. This is indeed the pinnacle of Free Fire Max esports. All the teams that we will be seeing today have been working really hard, and they've been beating each other up over the course of the last few days just to gain an edge, just to get an advantage for today. That is the grand final day. All the action that you've witnessed so far, all of their work will bear fruit today, and we will be crowning one champion.
We are thrilled to kick off this electrifying event where energy, enthusiasm, and math skills will collide on the battlefield as the best creators from the Free Fire Max gather. Remember, it's just not about the gameplay, it's about their destiny. Today we witness the rise of champions who will carve their names in the history. So I'm very excited for the day to begin.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, I've been excited since this whole tournament began, Tanya. In fact, this tournament has been so unique. It's got so many new things that you can see, and that's exactly why it's been absolutely banging all throughout. We started off with a knockout stage where we had 18 teams. Only 12 of them would qualify to the point rush stage. Yesterday, we saw the point rush stage. This is where the teams were battling for an early advantage. The teams that managed to get the top spots yesterday will start with an advantage today. They will have a little bit of a head start. That means today in the grand finals, some of these teams will have points in their bags before the matches even begin.
Well, the grand final is here, the title is here, and the biggest thing, that is the prize pool worth of 15 lakh, which will have the split as follows. The champions take away the biggest chunk with 5 lakh INR. Second goes with 2,50,000 rupees. Third goes with 1,25,000 rupees, so on and so forth until the end. Each and every team to qualify in the grand finals of Skyesports Pro League Free Fire Max is going to take away a bit of prize pool. Not only that, the two limelights that we have to spot on. Individual awards, MVP takes away 20,000 INR and the Predator takes away 10,000 INR.
Yeah, and all the teams that need this money will have to get it by getting as many points as possible. This is the point system as follows: winning a booyah will get you 12 points. Winning the second spot will get you 9 points. Third place will get you 8 points. And this way, you will keep on getting placement points until the 10th place. Obviously, the teams that finish in the last two positions will not get any placement points. And each elimination will grant you 1 point as well. So the teams will have to get a good combination of both placement points as well as elimination points in order to get the lead. And in case any of those teams have the same number of points, in case they are tied, the tiebreaker will be decided by first comparing the number of booyahs. If the number of booyahs they have is also the same, we'll then compare their total eliminations against each other. The team with more eliminations will win. And if somehow, by a massive stroke of luck, that too is the same, which is very unlikely by the way, we will be then taking a look at their survival ranks.
We have got everything clear in terms of tiebreaker rules, and obviously we have been explaining throughout the tournament today. Those who are new, make sure to hit the share button, share it with your friends. And here comes the final day, the format that we have been talking about since the start of the tournament. Format Champion Rush. Any team out of the 12 teams in the grand finals that reaches 80-point marker will activate champion rush condition, and the condition is they have to get a booyah in the immediate next map. If at all the team cannot, again we go towards the same loop towards the next map, followed until 8th, and still if this champion rush format is not activated, the team to procure the highest score takes away the title.
Exactly. And this will force teams to not only play for points very quickly to get that champion rush condition, but also to then get the booyah in order to completely win. They'll have to play both aggressively and defensively at the same time. And what's even more important is that they are not allowed to use the same active skill. Only one active skill per player. That is the unique rush or condition over here. Now, any team that has all four players will have to use all four different active abilities. That's how this tournament is becoming very interesting, because the teams are forced to play in a versatile manner. And this is what happened yesterday. Yesterday, Assassin Army was at the top. That's why today, before they start, they will get a head start for 10 points. Desi Annex finished second yesterday. That's why they will have a head start of 7 points. Similarly, P and Rose will have a head start of 5 points. Team Elite, they finished fourth. They were almost tied up with P and Rose. But because of a tiny difference, they will have a tiny difference of 2 points today as well. Team Vasio at 5th point will start with 2 extra points, and TSG will have only 1 extra point. No other team gets any sort of advantage. They will all be starting from 0.
Here we go ahead with the day about 8 maps for sure, if at all the champion rush point is not activated, followed by booyah. Now, Crips, I've got a question, and to the audience as well. Which game do you think that teams will hit 80 points and followed by which they have to gain a booyah? According to me, if I had to go for it, I think it would be game number 5.
I do think game number 5 is a good safe bet. The team that gets to the 80-point marker first needs to then get a booyah in the immediate next game. And these teams are only aware about the first 5 maps. They don't know what the last 3 maps will be. That is still a mystery that will be determined later. So far, we've seen the tournament in this similar format where the sixth game often is a random map. Today, all the remaining maps, not just the sixth one, will also be a mystery. In fact, we might not even need all the maps because it's a distinct possibility that some team might just get the champion rush condition activated soon enough and then end the tournament before the fifth game itself. I have a feeling that the first team to activate the champion rush condition will do it by the end of the third game.
Whoa. And which team would that be if you had to name it?
I can't pick any one team. I think either PVS Gaming, Assassin Army, or Team Elite. Any one of these three teams can activate the champion rush condition by the end of the third game. But that doesn't guarantee that they'll win the tournament.
Sure, because the condition is very important to follow. You have to get the booyah. And yesterday we also talked about the pressure that triggers after reaching that point rush stage, and that indicatively forces them to take battles which might not end up exactly how they want to, or maybe they might be focused as well to get eliminated early on, and that is the last thing that any team would want to do. I mean, would want to face indeed.
Exactly, right? So all these teams will have to come up with a very, very unique blend and they have to be super adaptable. How will these guys deal with the pressure? At first, they'll have to focus on getting the points, then the booyah. How will they face it? Let's take a look by listening to one of our players themselves.
देखिए कल का डे बहुत अच्छा गया, 10 अंक आपने कमाए हैं, एक अच्छा खासा हेड स्टार्ट है. क्या फील हो रहा है आज? टारगेट हो सकते हैं आप शुरुआत से ही?
वो तो सोच के आया है कि टारगेट तो हमको ही करेंगे टीम, क्योंकि स्टार्टिंग में हमारे पॉइंट सबसे ज़्यादा है. तो जैसे आपने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बोला कि प्लान तो है, बट एक बैकअप प्लान के साथ भी.
वाओ,
बिल्कुल. यहाँ पे
ये
देखिए
तो है.
असैसिन्स आर्मी, देखिए मैं यहाँ पे स्टैट्स देख रहा था, आपकी टीम यहाँ पे मल्टीपल टाइम बूया निकाली है और बूया का महत्व बहुत ज़्यादा है. तो लास्ट टाइम में आप लोग का अप्रोच क्या रहता है कि जब टीम्स कम बची होती हैं, थोड़ा एग्रेसिव खेलना है या फिर थोड़ा पैसिव खेल के बूया स्टील करना है?
तो सिचुएशन के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि अगर ज़्यादा बंदे हैं तो फिर ऑब्वियसली पैसिव ही खेलेंगे, लेकिन अगर कम बंदे हैं तो किल की तरफ हम ज़्यादा प्रीफर करते हैं.
वाओ, जो है प्ले स्टाइल तो चलिए थोड़ा थोड़ा हमें काफी क्लियर होने लग गया. पर देखिए आज बूयास बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. शुरुआती बूयास नहीं, वो चैंपियन रश के बाद के बूयास. तो कोई प्लानिंग, मतलब प्लानिंग तो आप मुझे बताना नहीं चाहेंगे क्योंकि वो तो छुपा के रखना ही चाहेंगे. पर हाँ देखिए वो काफी डिफिकल्ट होगा. तो आपका क्या प्लान होगा कि वो आप सबसे पहले चैंपियन रश के पॉइंट क्लियर करें या फिर कछुए की तरह धीरे धीरे करके किसी की नजरों में ना आकर के क्लियर करें? वो
है तो करेंगे स्टार्टिंग में ही, क्योंकि हमारे पास ऑलरेडी 10 पॉइंट्स है और 2-3 मतलब एग्जैक्टली बोल नहीं सकते कितने गेम्स में हम गेम खत्म करें, बट ट्राई करेंगे कलहरी मैप बूया करने की. शायद तब तक हमारे पॉइंट्स हो जाए.
थैंक यू सो मच हुजाई ज्वाइन करने के लिए हम लोग सर. इन ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द गेम्स. आई विश आपकी
Thank you.
परफॉर्मेंस बिल्कुल वैसी हो जैसी आप सोच रहे हैं, एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग.
जी हाँ, ये तो थे हमारे साथ हुजाई.
Yeah, so that was the Assassin Army, the current leaders of the lobbies. They have a head start of 10 points. While this head start will actually help them get to the 80-point marker, there's also a distinct possibility that it could ruin their games because everybody now knows they're at the top. So everybody will try to target them. Whether or not they are focused on today or every other team just plays normally, that is something that we will have to wait and watch until the matches begin. But for now, I do see the environment getting a little more tense. I do see that a lot of these teams will be under a lot of pressure to keep up with them.
Well, the day's schedule goes as straight as it has always been until map number 5. Obviously, we are going to see Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, and Next Era. Now, here starts the games of randomizer. Now, we don't know which map will be played on the map of 6th, 7th, and 8th, but the strategies will already be leaked because they've already played on the grand finals on the same map. Now, these are the 12 teams playing in grand finals for Skyesports Pro League Free Fire Max. Now, little do they need introduction, but let's do it. Assassin Army, Benzer Gaming, Black Flag Army, Desi RNX, HTG Esports, Car 98 Army, PVS Gaming, TSG Army, Team Elite, Team Vasio, Team Total Gaming, Team PN Rose. Everybody should have already prepped up with this amazing lineup that they have.
in Assassin Army, Prince has been one of those guys that absolutely has been lighting up the lobby. He's currently in the second spot for the MVP player, and he's got quite a lot of booyahs solo to his name. Apart from that, even Tafiq is a mad crazy assaulter. He's doing really well. So these are two players from that team that you need to keep your eyes on. In TSG Army, you've got Ayush, Legend, and Siddharth. All these guys have been lighting up the finish feed as well. And in heavy competition with them will be members from Team Elite, where Mr. Jay, Pahadi, and Zap, the newest player of the team, has been doing a lot of good work. Of course, you can't forget Team Vasio. Anshu has been providing some amazing long-range cover, which is why I have picked Vasio as the third most likely team to win the tournament. But of course, our predictions, I'm going to be leading with Assassin Army and TSG. And I think there's quite a lot of names which are similar across all the casters.
Well, I believe that a lot of reputations are also spotted. I mean, sure, number one, two, three are shuffled, but I do see one introduced name as compared to not every caster has introduced. Aura as well as Rocky are choosing in for Desi RNX with the sort
Hmm.
of aggression that they have. Let's
Hmm.
see if we are going to see them in the podium by the end of the day or no. But two names for sure in everybody's list, that is Team Vasio as well as Team TSG.
Yeah, these two names are picked up by probably everybody. Of course, these teams have been playing really well, so it kind of makes sense for everyone to pick them up. But yeah, the two names which we did not really expect to see on top were Desi RNX and Black Flag Army. Both of those teams have their pros and cons. Desi RNX are a wonderful elimination hungry team, and Black Flag Army can almost guarantee the booyah if they get the spot in the center of the zone, and they're pretty good at predicting the zones as well. So both these teams have those two very unique win conditions which will work for them. For everyone else, like TSG, Team Elite, even Vasio for that matter, they have a mix of all of these conditions, so they'll have to work with the best.
And talking about Vasio Esports, if at all they reach the champion rush, I am very sure that the very next match they will go away with the Booyah, because the way they
Hmm.
have been playing for Booyah, and I believe they are the only team to procure 3 Booyahs in a day, and closing yourself in a warehouse with the glue walls, not willing to push in, survive until top two, and then claiming a Booyah on the next phase where they were. Cocooning themselves in blue walls just in a container. Now we both know how risky it is. They themselves know how risky it is. One throwable can damage the entire squad, but not willing to pick up fight and surviving until the end and then taking away the booyah. So if at all, if it is Team Vasio hitting the champion rush, I am very sure they can do anything. Even if it means 5 to 6 elimination points, that's fine. Their target will only remain one, which is achieving a booyah. Now, there's one interesting question that Aura raised: will the teams be targeted?
Yeah, that's a distinct possibility, right? I think at the start, people will just try to play their own game and try to get to the champion rush condition as quickly as possible, cross the 80-point marker. But after that, you might just see a lot of targeting. So teams will have to keep track of where these teams are landing, where they are going. Keep in mind that the players cannot see the finish feed, so it will become a little difficult for them to determine which exact team they're fighting. But these players have been playing against the same team since the last 5 odd days. So, yeah, if you know where they land, if you know about their habits and their tendencies, you can actually ruin their matches. I just hope that the teams don't end up ruining their own games in hopes of targeting someone else.
This is exactly what I was about to say, and you covered me right. Because in terms of trying to dig a grave for somebody, you might be the one to fall in first. So each and every team should be playing their own game, but not at the cost. If you feel that other team has already activated champion rush point and they are going to be taking away the title, so then it's not only one team. I believe there will be multiple teams not allowing the other one to take away the title. So I believe after the 80-point marker, the real game will begin. Until then, everybody will try to procure and chase to the marker.
Yeah, so all these teams will have to go for that little personality switch after they have activated the champion rush condition. At first, their
Yes.
whole focus will be to get as many eliminations as possible and race to the top. and then they will have to just focus on survival. Two names that really stand out for me are TSG Army and Vasio Esports. You already spoke about why Vasio Esports is a likely contender to do this. They were able to procure 3 booyahs in a single day, and the fact that they can focus on the booyahs this much and get it with so much consistency kind of proves that yeah, they are capable of winning the tournament as well. But on the other hand, you've got teams like TSG who were able to get 127 points in a single day. So if nobody else is able to even activate the champion rush condition, what's gonna happen? Those are the questions in my mind. I'm sure even you're asking quite a lot of them. So without further ado, let's find some answers. Let's start the matches for the day. The first game of the day is going to be over the skies of Bermuda, and the plane is in the skies.
We also would want to see the flight trajectory, about how is it supportive enough to give the clean spread out. Well, flight path is supportive, but are the teams, are the players, that still remains a question. K98 Army has already taken the leap above Bullseye. If we talk about the spread out over Shipyard, it is Black Flag Army PVS trying to get control over Hangar, and now it is Vasio Esports and HTG taking a leap as well. Team Elite, I'm very sure they will go to their home ground, which is Cape Town. Total Gaming again reaching for the mill. Now, this is something they haven't done by far. This should bring in the best change, but it is already the first elimination taking place within first minute, and it's Car 98 taking down one of the players of Wings Air Gaming, who was immediately resurrected.
Yeah, and they're doing this all in Graveyard. It's kind of ironic that you pick up a fight over here, you bury it right here as well. But Car 98, these guys who were separated from each other are now moving in closer. They find Gyanaroop, and before Gyan Ninja can get his feet on the ground, he might just get targeted as well. Car 98 Gaming are already up at 2 eliminations, so they're inching closer and closer. And at one point they were all spread out, so now they've all just gathered up near Graveyard, the whole team bunched up, and they're looking for the rest of the players of WinZ Gaming, who, by the way, have been having quite a bad time since yesterday. It's like these guys were getting destroyed by every team that they face, and they're not able to win any of their fights. Elsewhere, you have Desi RNX going up against Vasio Esports. Now, if I'm not wrong, this is quite far away from everybody else, so the chances of them getting third-partied are not that high. But still, it's in your best interest to finish this fight as quickly as possible.
But Rimnam Village being highly populated is something that we can only get to see in grand finals now. Vasio Esports, Anshu, one of the finest eliminator, one of the finest predator, has been put to sleep. Sure will be revived. Desi RNX. Now, after having a look at predictions from Hindi talents, I am also looking forward to see about how Desi RNX rotation would go towards. Anshu will be revived for sure, but then your reviving the recall tower skills get also decimated. So let's see about how many more times through the tokens will he be brought back. Team PVS fighting against WinZ Gaming. WinZ Gaming are having a hard start to eliminations early on. Again, they are pinned against PVS Army, and I believe they do not want to go back. They want to make sure that they get more and more elimination points.
Yeah, and WinZ Gaming have already lost a couple of their players to, if I'm not wrong, the fight in Graveyard. So now this is the second fight that they're picking up, and this time it's PVS that they're going up against. Eco and Nancy, they both get one each. PVS have once again created a lot of problems for WinZ Gaming, where WinZ, the captain himself, has to run away, has to give up on this fight. What they don't know is there's a sneaky member of Desi RNX also in the vicinity. But nope, there will be no escape for WinZ Gaming. The moment they try to move away from this area, they will be shot down in the open, and they're the first team to get eliminated.
Here we go. Team PBS Gaming, 3 eliminations and trying to play safe. From Cartless Siva towards Graveyard. Now, TSG taking the longest leap towards different direction. Are they hitting towards one of the players for Desi RNX? If so, I'm a little shocked to see that. Why would they go in the hunt for Vinod? Because you wouldn't want to go reverse to reach the speed that you want to. At the end of the day, you want to go towards the end, towards the center of the circle.
Oh, and right in the center of this house, you've got TSG fighting up against Car 98. TSG, while they have quite a big lead, it isn't anything compared to what Car98 have had already. They've had a good start to this battle. Badal will bring back things the moment he's finished off, but once Vinod pops himself, he is gonna get destroyed. The shotguns in the hands of TSG are lethal. Badal will bring back Vinod as well. The moment two of them are down, Car98 Army will bring both of their players back. So, yes, sure, they still have an opportunity to continue in this game. It's not over yet for them, but you can't afford to keep feeding these points to TSG.
TSG, well, deciding to go outside the circle, paid a lot of rewards. 4 eliminations is already too much and too nice. Team TSG going as safe as possible, and now it is all about Desi RNX. Badal again very nearby, and let's see if he's going to get spotted. Both of them take tanking up zone damage, but it's fine. It's just the first zone now. Zone damage wouldn't be hurtful. And talking about loots, they do have enough health kits to work out with. Badal, there's no way he can survive this. Went in for the revival of his teammate, but how many eliminations can he take before getting eliminated? And answer is, well, he got one knock, but no elimination.
Triple takedown.
Well, there you have it. TSG are on fire. You clearly know that these guys are gonna spare nothing to get to that champion rush condition early on. They are leaving no stone unturned, no area unhunted. And off they go to find their next targets. Flying over Katalistwa, they will come across the members of Car98 Army below them, but they're heading towards the south of Bhimasakti Hill, so they will have even PVS across the valley to fight. Meanwhile, HTG versus Desi RNX. Now, this could be a very interesting battle. The double balcony house to the south of Peak is a lovely compound which every team wants to control, but Desi RNX will be chasing them, and they'll be doing it on foot. So can Desi Army actually keep up with them, or would they just rather get a decent compound to call home and then hold on to that for as long as possible? For now, their options are quite open. They'll need a little bit of an advantage to start initiating this battle. But elsewhere on the map, you've got Team Elite facing Total Gaming. And this is happening just on the edge of Mill. So while Total Gaming have lost a couple of their players, down to just one man, Fauzi Ajay is going outside the zone in Keratin to keep his teammates alive and hopefully get the revive.
They have to make sure that they revive their teammate, recall their teammate. Car98 as well, near to Bullseye. They are going for the longest rotation. They are going for the late-most rotation. There's only one team who is in the dead center of the circle. It is Black Flag Army, Assassin Army very nearby. Pochinok looks very overpopulated because in the best compound we do have Assassin Army. Just on the southern side we have HTG Gaming. Then we have Desi RNX on the little bit of western side. PVS also within the center of the circle. Now, talking about Team Elite, 4 eliminations on the grounds of Mill, and Team Elite is only losing some matches with the decision of going for the late most rotation possible. Either they get eliminated to zone, or they are gate kept.
Yeah, and you don't want to go down in either of those ways. Both of them are just really bad and not so lucrative options. But the circle goes in for a central shift. Peak and Bhimasakti strip will now be in the zone. Total Gaming, who had lost a couple of their players, will bring back at least Mafia for the time being, but these guys are still outside the zone in Keratin. So Mafia will land by himself near Kota Tua. Meanwhile, Fauzi Ajay continues to be in Cape Town. I hope that Mafia doesn't get found over here because P and Rose are very, very close to him. But it seems like P and Rose haven't really paid attention to Mafia landing, so Mafia from Total Gaming should be safe, at least for now. P and Rose currently occupying the eastern edge of this circle. They will call this little bunch of compounds for themselves, and they should be pretty safe over here. More towards their center is Assassin Army, who've got the central houses of Peak under their control, the mansion. And apart from them, there's nobody else really in Peak, you know. Even the double balcony compound, which we saw occupied just a few minutes ago, that's still quite far, so plenty of places available for the taking. Pasio Esports will take this arsenal for themselves. They are neighbored by Desi RNX and, if I'm not wrong, PVS as well. So as of yet, all these teams are just trying to get some real estate.
It's only the final few circles that is going to write down the destiny, and it's going to be 3 to 4 party battle for sure, because each and every team is deciding to go in and play for the survival ranks. And by the end of the circle, they definitely tend to get double-digit elimination points. But here we have some massive information from Pahadi. He has spotted team entering to the compound just around the corner, and it is going to be Assassin Army versus PN Rose. Now that was a clean jump through the launch pad, and now we have got 2 players of Assassin Army down on the knees. Uzai will be eliminated. Dafik revived. Honey down on the knees. It's Dafik who is revived, fighting the battle for surviving and also maybe trying to escape, because there's still a long way to go. It is still the 11th position. Nobody wants to get eliminated, and not at least when you have 0 elimination points. And this is sort of a rush that nobody expects coming in.
Yeah, and Car 98 Army will have to pay the price for it. They don't expect this, and they've been eliminated. But now we have another team in danger. We just spoke about PN Rose trying to come up towards peak, and Assassin Army were already occupying this big mansion. But PN Rose will be able to revive all of their players, and Assassin Army have been reduced to just 1 man. This is the leading team, by the way. Prince is the only person that survives. And while he's claimed the title of the MVP before, this is just way too much pressure for him to handle, because it's too early in the game. There's still 37 players alive, 10 teams gunning for the top spot.
And Assassin Army wouldn't want to get eliminated just for 1 point. He's waiting for the right time to resurrect his teammates, and let's see if there's any room of opportunity. And there's a pause from the side of PN Rose as well. They are not greedy at this point of time to go hunt the last man standing. They are waiting for whatever, but there's one team, PVS, that's not waiting for Vasio Esports to survive up in the open grounds. Having said that, PVS also has the upper ground advantage, realizing to which Kaushik using the launch pad and going towards the safe side in the Bhima Sakti strip. Bhima Sakti strip considered the savior for the final circle, because sure, you don't have hard compounds there, but there's room of a lot of rotation opportunities.
Yeah, so Vasio Esports managed to get out of danger temporarily, but they're still surrounded by a lot of teams. They've got PVS Gaming on the low ground below them, and Black Flag Army coming from the north could always prove to be a massive threat. Now, take a look at this thing. It's DCR and X who are trying to fight against PVS as well, but there's a third party, and now PVS try to dive inside Assassin Army from top. Just looking at all of this, and TSG are the ones who are reaping at all the rewards from all the teams who are trying to rotate in. While PVS Gaming, they might be in a bit of danger. They have to win this fight against Anshu. Anshu goes down, and Vasio Esports have been eliminated as well. Oh my lord. Dangerous situation. They thought they had the numbers advantage over PVS, but they did not expect TSG to come in this quickly, and now they're out.
Now they are out. 9 teams only. Team Total Gaming, sure, one of the players was successful enough to revive the entire teammate, but Team Elite is definitely looking forward to pick up fight against Total Gaming once again. Team PN Rose, who almost eliminated Team Assassin Army, now they are also struggling. They are being pinned down from 3 different angles: Total Gaming, HTG, and once you try to get the center of the circle, you also attract the opposition teams, the opponent teams, and Sahil running in the open. He's not aware about Prince's existence, and this could be very, very risky from the side of Sahil. And he was, oh my god, that was a good reaction speed coming in from side of PN Rose.
Yeah, but Prince has to now escape. He's just going around in this grass maze, hoping to find salvation, but he will only find death. And Assassin Army are out of this game as well. P and Rose, they are making it so difficult for every team to enter the peak area. And now their next target is also in front of them. HTG just trying to get inside the zone. They'll have to go up against P and Rose. Shots with the M82B taken against everybody. And the connections found. Oh, but they need to get another angle, and he finds it. KD God gets the shot onto Darshan, and now that entire team will be carpet bombed by just a bunch of grenades. Even glue wall melters have been put down. You have Mafia coming in from behind them. This could be a very unexpected guest. He gets a knock onto Pratik, and another one found as well. Mafia does go down in the end, but Darshan, he cannot get Pratik back up. He'll just have to stay out here and keep healing himself while the grenades rain down upon him. Black Flag Army are out. HTG will also bite the dust. And surprisingly, in all of this, even Total Gaming have somehow managed to survive. They only lose Mafia, who was coming in from behind, ruins the game for Black Flag Army and HTG. But the rest of his team, these guys are good. They're all fine in the grass maze.
They're not able to see about where they exactly are throwables. They're just trying to deliver some sort of a damage or maybe buying time. Circle has taken its shift. There's no team as of now who has got the center of the circle. Everybody's trying to play edge to edge, but there's one more fight happening on the edge of the Masakri strip, which doesn't even belong to the circle. Team TSG versus Team Elite. 11 eliminations already, and it is an end for Team Elite with last man remaining. And on the other side, there are 3 players fighting against him. There's no way he can survive this. Blue wall melt is also deployed. And it was PVS Yogi, the man that we were talking about, using hand cannons to get that elimination point. Also trying to go ahead, gatekeep the charged titans in the lobby. Team TSG.
TSG currently on fire, quite literally, because they're the elimination leaders at this point. They're trying to find angles onto Yogi and Eco. But this tower, the cell phone tower, is keeping them so safe. PVS Gaming will have to force TSG to go around the other corner. Meanwhile, P and Rose have been eliminated on top of the hill, and Desi RNX were the ones who sent them back to the lobby. They are now fighting against Total Gaming. So that fight is happening on the top of the peak. Meanwhile, TSG over here are currently in a stalemate against PVS. It's a 2v3 battle. But before they can take shots at PVS, they start finding players of Total Gaming. Insane has been eliminated, and Fosia Jai gets down to Desi RNX. Desi RNX put the screws to them. Total Gaming are out of this fight. And now PVS and TSG, both of them are shooting at Desi RNX. PVS almost forgot about their opponents right behind them. They find the low ground advantage. The glue walls can't cover it. Their legs were exposed. And even PVS are out. It's a 3v3 now, Tanya. TSG versus Desi RNX.
11 eliminations already, long range battle here. Skylar used it as Desi RNX trying to push in, aggressive. They've got the perfect angle to hide upon. No throwables invested before giving this push. Sounds a little risky to me. Ayush with that shot, they might be able to deliver 2 head blows immediately. Blue walls, a temporary cover, sure. And Ayush trying to go away, not involving himself into this fight. Instead going for the back flank, and that would be ruin something very, very interesting. So comes in from Hassan, trying to climb over the tower, delivering a little bit of damage. And there's no way they can deliver damage to Hassan himself.
Yeah, but this high ground angle on Hassan is a bit awkward. He's trying to deal all this damage, but he's just not able to find any connections. The Steffi Graffiti has been deployed as well to keep him safe from the throwables, but the dark is found. Ronimegi connects a nice shot with the sniper. Hassan trying to break the ankles of Ayush. They will trade each other out. It's down to a 1v1, and TSG Krish will come in with the clutch. Lovely performance from two side gamers. They've been at the top for the longest time, and once again they prove why they are the most dominant.
The smile says it all. Finally, they got the grip which they lost for the last 3 matches on the point rush day. A good exchange of words here, and everything worth of celebration. One step ahead towards the grand final, and that is a positive step taken towards the trophy. Team TSG getting 14 eliminations altogether with some booyah, and let's see if they are going to head towards the point rush stage within first 3 maps itself. Here it was a little risky when Siddharth was put down, and rush coming in from Krish's side delivered a lot of damage, and it was all we should be appreciating, the right time of usage of Tatsuya.
Yeah, amazing performance from TSG. They were aggressive from the get-go. They had like 11 finishes before the final fight even began. And this is just absolutely insane from them. They did not have much of a head start advantage, only a handful of points, something that you can count on a single hand. But now with this, the Booyah as well as a massive amount of eliminations, I think these guys must be close to the 25 or 30 point mark already. They're just racing towards that champion rush condition.
Yes, and you totally mentioned it. It would barely take team like TSG to reach point rush in 3 maps, and I believe if this is the way teams are performing, let's also not forget about Desi RNX's approach, where they immediately landed upon WinZ, got some eliminations, evaded from the location, and survived until the end. And they also had a good amount of elimination points. To not mistaken, it was around 12 or 13 something. But for the start, that the thing we were talking about, Pasio Esports getting taken down immediately, even after the hard compound. Now that was something that you least expect.
Yeah, this was rather unexpected, but I mean, it's TSG at the end of the day, so maybe we should have expected the unexpected. Car 98, though, they lost quite a lot of their members very early on, and sure, even though TSG also suffered a couple of losses, they were able to bounce back very, very quickly. Insane over here. Poor guy was separated from his team, so he died first. And then in the end, you also saw how Posey Ajay was like the lone survivor. He was trying to get all of his teammates back into the game slowly enough, and they managed to make it in via the fourth circle. And eventually, they had one of their players, Mafia over here, who ruined the game for, if I'm not wrong, that was HTG Esports. So Mafia ruined the game for them, got a bunch of eliminations, while the rest of them continued to take control of this side of the circle. And they were trapped in a very, very difficult fight against ACRNX, but in the end, Arman managed to clutch it out and eliminate Total Gaming.
PVS also managed to get good amount of eliminations, and then came the final blow from the perfect Tatsuya ability being used from Krish, not only knocking down one but also eliminating the standing one, taking away the very first Booyah for the day. And obviously, with no questions asked, Ayush has to be spotted on the MVP list, number one, because 8 elimination points, 6 assists, 2773 worth of damage, and the ability usage, the utility usage was just on point coming in from side of Ayush, and let's hope he continues to do so.
Yeah, man, I mean, 8 eliminations is no joke. Up until now, we were praising Sadak for being the elimination leader, and Ayush kind of flew under the radar up until now. But with 8 eliminations in a single game, he's going to put his hat in the ring as well for the MVP marker and the elimination leader. So let's see if he's actually able to get up there with the likes of Sadak and, give him a run for his money. But it doesn't matter if it's Sadak leading the elimination charts or if it's Ace Ayush, as long as it's one from TSG. 8
Team
eliminations.
featured on the Booyah board, 8 eliminations, Ayush obviously, followed by Legend with 4 eliminations, Krish with 3, and Sadak, the MVP leader, the throne holder, since the start of the day, is spotted on the single elimination point. Now, that is contradicting, but he might be happy if the throne is exchanged with his own teammates.
Yeah, as long as one of you controls the throne, it doesn't matter who it is, as long as they continue to reign and rule over the lobby. So TSG, good game for them, man. This is going to be a massive, massive number that they put into their total. 28 points in a single game. Sheesh, that is just so much, man. Compare that with the head start that they have yesterday. They're already above the 30-point mark. They see RNX with 20 as well. 11 eliminations for them. Very impressive indeed. Total Gaming with a balanced performance, 7 eliminations and 7 placements, 14 points for them. PVS, surprisingly, 13 points. They had no head start yesterday. So this is just 13 points that they managed to get in this game alone. No head start. Team Elite and PN Rose are tied at 12 points each. But after that, everybody else is below the 6-point mark. So this was a rather one-sided game for some of the teams. And for others, this was a complete disaster. Of course, I have to speak about Car 98 Army, who also were one of the first teams to get eliminated. They had a decent enough head start yesterday, so this should keep them afloat. But with just this game alone, a lot of teams must have overtaken them by now in the overall rankings.
Well, talking about overall rankings, I'm concerned about Assassin Army. The cushion that they created of 10 points is already taken away. Now they have to make sure that they do not think about the extra pointers that they earned. And talk about Binzed Gaming, well, they were the one to get first eliminated. They have to make sure they survive. I don't know, out of nowhere, they're picking up the fights, which they don't need to.
Yeah, and Winzade Gaming, every time they pick up one of these fights, it's like they are signing their own death warrants. They haven't been able to win any fights since yesterday, and they were consistently being the first team to get eliminated. In fact, at this point, I'm starting to think that certain teams will literally target them simply for the free elimination points. Like, forget about targeting the top teams. They are difficult targets. Let's pad up our own stats by punching downwards, punching the weaker targets, and right now, Binzed Gaming have to stop being that weaker target.
And talking about one more team here, I think that Desi RNX are the table turners here. Starting off the fight until the end, sure, it was a little tough fight to follow and surviving until top two. Now, if they're able to balance and also making sure that they do that throughout at least first 3 to 4 maps, I believe then one strong map should be able to deliver the amount of points that they would want to earn. But now everything is challenged. Nothing seems like the old days where everybody was surviving. They had to make sure they are surviving until the end of the time to get that one extra placement point. 180 point marker hit and it's all shattered. Now, I mean, surviving until the end matters no more.
Yeah, it's like, why would you try to go for more placement points when you can just keep fighting and get consistent elimination points? Especially when all the teams are trying to get their players revived and recalled, it just becomes a much more sustainable way to farm these points. So let's see who's going to be able to farm these points in the next game of Purgatory. We're going to be taking off once again. This time the plane starts from the northern side of the map. It starts over towards Moat House, and then we go down towards Fire Brigade.
We might expect Marble Works to be contested by Team Elite because that is exactly where they have been going. But Moat House being contested by two teams, HTG as well as BFA. Some early eliminations to be speculated. Talking about Brasilia, obviously Vasio Esports and Team TSG, they have to be there. PN Rose as well. Now Brasilia looking a little more colorful. So now elimination feed should be full by far. Talking about Southern Island, PN Rose taking a switch, doesn't want to end up in Brasilia with just boxes on their name. Here we go. Two teams on the southern island, two teams on the western island. Assassin army trying to hold the control over golf course. But my eyes are all over Team Total Gaming. They have already spotted Nancy here on the upper grounds though, through the watchtower. Delivered a lot of damage, and I do believe Nancy doesn't have enough loot to even heal himself. UAV being deployed to get the information about how many teams are on that corner.
Yeah, quite a lot of danger lurking across the corner. Black Flag Army are split, and they've got PBS right next to them. Salu from Black Flag Army is currently towards the west of Moat House, while the rest of his team is towards the south of it. PVS Gaming, they have a good amount of control over this area. They're very close to the recall towers as well, but still, they're not completely out of danger. They can hear the gunshots from Total Gaming in the background. They know that Total Gaming are present towards Crossroads, and across the last two games as well from yesterday, PVS Gaming have picked up fights against Total Gaming over here before. So they know that at least one team will be present towards Crossroads. But do they know that Team Elite might also approach them close by? Pahadi is the only player from his team present over here on this side of the river. All his other teammates are on the other side of the river towards Marble Works. So Pahadi, as a lone wolf, he might just get taken down by PVS.
Well, did you notice that natural airdrop looked more or less like the color supply, the holy supply shack? And I do want to see what did he loot from that. Were there any water balloons, or colors, or just the basics, armors and super duper guns? It is all about the skins, colors that Free Fire Max brings in for all of us. And Pahari, well, he survived that run up in the open for sure, which is very risky. But then we know Pahari, he is one of the players who is least threatened to pick up fights, no matter in the close range as well. He's happy to take those fights with sniper, walk and knock shots, and that takes a lot of practice to get those shots connected. Now talking about other teams' positioning. Well, near to the blue circle itself, we have PVS and TSG. Mafia being the eagle for the teammate, keeping an eye upon everybody's rotation and keeping an awareness about each and every other team existing around them.
Yeah, Mafia, he's been living up to his name, but Legend goes down to Eco. Great start for PVS Gaming. They've kind of been missing from the action since yesterday. They were one of the teams who were struggling quite a lot during the point rush stage. But now during the grand finals, it just seems like these guys are firing on all cylinders. It's like they've woken up. TSG call their fallen teammate back in. Legend on his way to the ground. But now TSG are wondering, is it worth it to pick up this fight? They've got no advantage to start the fight. They don't really have much utility either to initiate this battle. And none of them have enough glue walls. Only one available onto Krish, 3 available onto Sadak. Barely any throwables either. So they really need to get out of here and avoid this unnecessary engagement. Ayush, using the few blue walls he has, managed to get behind the rock. So his life has been spared for now. But yeah, one thing is certain. TSG cannot afford to lose the lead that they mustered up in the last game.
And here we go, a lot of aggression. They see RNX team who performed incredibly well is again picking up fight against Team HTG who have been holding this angle for quite a while, not for so long. They see RNX. Where is Roni Negi? He should be able to use the zip line and go away. A melee finisher. Well, nice one. HTG's team will be revived and last man from Desi RNX, Roni Negi, successfully escapes. Now that is exactly what you have to do. You do not want to get eliminated at the bottom, rock bottom. And you want to survive. You want to get those elimination points alongside some coolant, which is placement points. But what is this happening? Bridge block.
It's a trap. Get out of there. Assassin Army crash landing into the faces of Team Elite. Honey tries to get the high ground while the Feek leads the charge from front. Steffi Graffiti has been used by Team Elite so that they will be safe from nades. And Zap tries to go across the corner to join Mr. Ajay. You've got Pahadi at the bottom of this bridge. And he's irrelevant in this fight for now unless he can find an angle to help his teammates. Mr. Jay is going to be in a lot of trouble. Honey and the Feek, they put them both down on the ground. And now Pahadi emerges from behind. He's trying to get the high ground, but he's trapped in a 1v4. Old Monk isn't anywhere close to him. And Pahadi's good enough for one. Nice shot. Can Old Monk finally come back in and help Pahadi? No, it's too late. Pahadi's been finished off, and Old Monk loses his life to TSG. Oh my lord, Team Elite fall victim to the two lobby leaders. Assassin Army and TSG, the two best teams in the game, have eliminated Team Elite. It's almost like they joined hands to take out another force that was supposed to be reckoned with, but now they've been put under.
Now it's all about Team Total Gaming against Black Flag Army just around the corner of safe zone. Here we go. A clean SMG play from Hacker, a jump and again a spray. Hacker will be able to take down two, but then he will be pinned down as well. Shanky survives and he has to survive a little bit extra to not get eliminated. Team Total Gaming also struggling a bit. One player down on the knees, two surviving. They've got the footworks of player from Team HTG. Car 98, all three players intact. They do have some sort of information that there's a player around. Let's see if they're going to be able to spot it immediately. They are trying to be sneaky, but their existence is surely compromised. And this is the pause of information they are trying to gather before picking up any sort of fight. Ronnie Negi successfully surviving and also reviving his teammates.
Yeah, even Total Gaming have managed to revive their teammates. Insane is coming back down. Circle now moves towards the north. Just a tiny bit of crossroads. Just a sudden part of Moat House still in the circle. Take a look at how many teams are still holding the Moat House Island. You've got Black Flag Army and Total Gaming still present over here on the island. Meanwhile, Desi RNX Ron and Negi, the last player of his team, is trying to win this battle, but he goes down. At least he's managed to call some of his teammates back on the ground, so his team won't be completely eliminated. Arman still has some hope. Uses the wooden bridge to cross over towards the other island. But Black Flag Army, they don't know that Total Gaming are also present. Fozzy Ajay is just waiting outside. He's not showing himself. And while Fozzy Ajay continues to stay on the Moat House Island, his teammates have already occupied the northern edge of the circle outside of the Moat House River. So yeah, this is quite the spread that Total Gaming have over here.
Three teams here. PVS with the biggest barnyard. On the other side, we have Assassin Army and Vasio Esports. Throwables being introduced. Porsche trying to deliver some sort of damage to Assassin Army. And there's no reason these three teams should step up to pick up fight. Well, I talk about three teams. TSG is also going to join in. Four strongest teams in the lobby fighting against each other. And on the other side, Mafia using his sniper skills to get some elimination points.
TSG. Nice little cozy little tower camp over here from them. It does kind of scare me though. Like, what if one nade comes up here? They'll have to run on the edges of this little steel platform to dodge it, or maybe they'll have to, be super quick and cover it with a glue wall so that the explosive splash radius doesn't affect them. So yeah, TSG just holding on to that tower. Assassin Army, they also have 4 finishes, occupying this house. They are neighbors with Vasio Gaming, PVS, as well as DCR and X. So a lot of these teams are just starting to claim these houses for themselves. If I was a real estate mogul, this would be what I call the house rush area. They're just putting down the landmines as well in case any unexpected guests decide to show up.
Circle is going to take a shift in no time. Team Total Gaming have made their way from the moat house towards the circle. Circle takes a centralized shift, which is going to bring an advantage for all 4 teams who took their first step in. Vasio Esports, Assassin Army. If we talk about PVS Gaming, TSG as well. PNO is playing on the edge of the circle. And it's going to be Bin Zayed Gaming picking up fight against Black Flag Army on the outskirts of the circle. Now, the perfect gatekeep opportunity comes in the hands of Team HTG. They can gatekeep Ronnie Nagy himself from DCR and X and Black Flag Army as well. But Black Flag Army has got a different plan. They are going for the longer route. Here we go on the screen. Height advantage being properly used by HTG.
Yeah, but Bin Zayed once again in a lot of danger. They had this house to their own, but P and Rose will push them. Even DCR and X, they had a bit of a split, so they will lose one player as well. Vasio Esports trying to take pot shots at P and Rose. This should be fine. I don't think they can get any eliminations just yet. And HTG is trying to look at all of this from above. But little do they know that they're not the only team with high ground. Bin Zayed Gaming take to the sky. Salu snipes down 2. Oh my lord! Every single player has been shot down mid-air. Anti-air artillery. This is just too good from Shanky and Salu. Both of them. Holy moly. These guys are bird hunters.
Bin Zayed again getting eliminated with 0 points, and this is something that you'd not want to using Launchpad to evade. They did not evade. They brought them brighter in the skies, and team players like Sallu and Shanku made sure to get each and every elimination point. Not even a single player should get any escape from their eyes. I mean, that was treat to eyes to watch. It has been quite a while we have seen such sort of a battle. Now Black Flag Army, sure they got some 4 eliminations, not 4 more. HTG had a better angle and they get eliminated.
Yeah, now they're gonna take this road for themselves. They had a lovely compound on top of the hill, but eventually they have to come down, and Fozzy Ajay also have the same idea. Across the tarmac, we've got Ronan Nagy from the CRNX. He's coming from behind and trying to take pot shots at HTG as well. So this will make Total Gaming really, really happy. Ronan Nagy has been eliminated, so yeah, a little less danger. But take a look at what Total Gaming are doing. They're trying to break down all the glue walls possible while they're sending one of their players on top of the hill, and that one player has to be Mafia. He finds the angle, he gets all of them down, and delete with the final strike. HTG are out of this game.
Team Total Gaming perfectly executed battle with this proper split. One on the upper ground, 2 right across them, and 1 behind them. It was just clean to watch. Team TSG now also crawling towards this edge of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, Total Gaming are breaking down every single glue wall just to be completely sure that their backlines are clear. So the circle will eventually force them to come downhill, but for now they control the tarmac on top of this terrain. Meanwhile, the other 3 teams who had compounds from before, they still hold on. PVS Gaming controlled Barnhouse. Vasio Esports have a small hut for themselves. Same with PN Rose. They basically evicted Black Flag Army from that house to get it for themselves. Oh, Car 98 in a bit of trouble. Binod revived, and he's been put down again. They keep him alive with the heal guns, but they will not be able to hold on for too long. They see RNX also in a bit of danger. Quite a lot of teams focusing on them. And that's what's happening when PVS are your neighbors. PVS have been poking everybody, right? They've been trying to return fire on every single person. And they will obviously be return fire upon as well. TSG trying to make it inside the zone. PBS and PN Rose both are trying to shoot them down. Two teams focusing on TSG, and they are down to just one man. Legend will have to be an absolute legend and live up to his name if he wants to keep the hopes alive. But PBS find him, and TSG are out of this game.
On number 8, the team to get Booyah, the team to get everything that they needed in first map are nowhere to be spotted in the final circle now. P and Rose, well, they've got a good shack, but they're out of the circle. Now, only challenge that they face right now is how to enter the circle. On the other side, Team Total Gaming, Insane will be revived by Mafia on the lower grounds. It is Team Total Gaming. On the upper grounds of the Spawn House, it is going to be Team PVS and now Vasio Esports also might start to do some action to get those extra elimination points, because they also have to hit the 80-point marker. Fozia Jet trying to enter the circle. It's not going to be easy because Assassin on one side, Vasio Esports on the other side, and PN Rose is also aware about Total Gaming's existence, and it is going to be PN Rose who shuts Fozia Jet down.
Fozia Jet down, but as soon as Car98 try to get outside, they're getting shot as well. Total Gaming will be finished off by PVS, and now Car98, they will be thanking their lucky stars that their job has been made just a tiny bit easier. They are camping just underneath the noses of PVS, and PVS Gaming can't take shots at them. So they both focus on Assassin Army and Vasio Esports right across this little this grass patch in this tiny house. Both the teams are fighting for survival. Predator finds two. Anshu as well strikes again. Honey and the Peak have been eliminated, and Vasio Esports might just win this fight. It's all up to Huzai from Assassin Army, and they need to finish this fight. But Vasio Esports, they've been destroyed. The nades from PN Rose have completely finished them off, and even Assassin Army are out. PN Rose dive inside the house to get the third party in the best possible timing.
Team PVS holding this compound successfully without facing off any throwables. Vasio Esports gave the best fight that they had with some shotguns, but it was nowhere to be retaliated as close to the aggression from the team P and Rose. Entering the circle, before that, they're waiting for some teams to get eliminated. PVS Gaming again got revived, but look at Farhan! He got 2 eliminations with 2 shots from his shotgun, and now that is exactly what you have to do with the close range battles.
Yeah, and Car98 have now managed to get themselves inside the bottom floor of the house that PVS control. One house, 2 teams. They're not very good roommates. One of them controls the top floor. Car98 controls the bottom. And on the other side, you've got P and Rose. They are actually splitting out quite a lot. Like, Lewis is on one lone fence, KD God is near a rock, and Sahil is on the other fence. Look at the spread out. They're trying to get as many angles as possible. But this house, Tanya, it kind of reminds me of Kevin McAllister from Home Alone. Look at the number of traps that have been set up over here. One step in the wrong direction and you will trigger a cascade of explosions.
And there's no way you can survive that, and that exactly happened. The guy survived very strongly against 3 supervillains up against him. PVS with a good hold on this compound. It's a pause now. Once the final circle takes the closure within 20 seconds and counting on the reverse side. Yogi with the sniper vision with the TPP shot, but he's going to pick up some sniper shots real soon. I'm waiting for the aggression from the side of P and Rose as well. The moment they enter, they bulldoze thoroughly.
Yeah, but P and Rose have quite a lot of real estate, right? Take a look at how much they're spread out. Plus, they're not even on the edge of the zone. They are safely towards the center. PVS and Car98 will have to leave this house and get outside, and when they finally do, they will not just be fighting each other, they will also have to face P and Rose from multiple angles. So a bunch of glue walls will not be enough. Not when you've got melters on the floor already.
They're taking too long to close this map. The victory, and here we go. KD God again got a pixel of PVS Gaming himself with the sniper. Throwables also introduced, and they're able to take down 2 players with the freeze bomb that was precisely thrown. Again, there's a push from P and Rose's KD God with the sniper, and P and Rose bulldozing any and every team coming across them. It is last 2 teams, 15 eliminations already. Car98 being pushed towards the blue zone with a lot of throwables. There's no way Car98 can win this duel. If at all they do, that's going to be a miracle, and there's a long range support also hopping in. 3:1 ratio still maintained.
Yep, it's a 3v4 battle. They've also got a UAV on top to make sure that P and Rose, they will have all the information they require. And as of now, they're just trying to lock Car 98 on the other side of the cell phone tower. Look at the number of monster trucks. Somebody might try to climb and maybe get a high ground angle, but Farhan now funnels himself towards KD God. He bears the brunt of this all, and Lewis has put up a landmine which blows up Badal. It's up to Farhan, and he will not be able to handle this pressure. P and Rose get the booyah.
Happy, enthusiastic, celebrative, and she still continues to celebrate. And I can see the excitement thoroughly, and even feel the heartbeat through the screen. I mean, you definitely tend to have a lot of racing heartbeats, and that is exactly the celebration spot of life. We Rose with 15 eliminations already, and now pushing in with some shotguns and the perfect placement of landmines. It was started by Ancho. Now every team is trying to create a defensive strategy, very clean. And it was Lewis taking down Badal, followed by Ring Smoke, trading out KD God. But Lewis, even after getting eliminated, he had some good placement, due to which Team P and Rose not only take away the booyah, but massive 18 elimination points, or maybe even more if there's some mistake in calculation.
No, I think 18 is a very appropriate number. They had like 15 eliminations before the final battle even began. They got a bunch of finishes to freeze bombs. They basically eviscerated PVS Gaming as they were trying to jump out of that tiny window. And even the last team, Car 98 Army, they had to be very careful about the landmines that PVS had placed in the house, right? So they were like, okay, cool, we're outside the house. There should be no more landmines. And surprise, Car 98 Army stepped into a landmine, and that was in the open. Lewis had set it up next to the cell phone tower, and as soon as Car 98 Army, they dove towards the cell phone tower, they basically locked themselves in, right? They placed a bunch of glue walls which will give them some breathing room. Maybe they could heal up before the fights began and whatnot. And in that tiny moment, Lewis placed the landmine, and the moment they, came around the other side of that cell phone tower, they blew up. So it was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. I do not like this battle though. Like, Assassin Army, they had so much trouble over here. Team Elite walked into that trap. Pahari was underneath, and he was so separated from his teammate, they had no way to back each other up. Even Old Monk, who was away from him, was finished off later by a completely different team. So Team Elite basically got picked apart by multiple teams.
Team Elite had no business there doing some bridge block stuff, and they were not sure about the existence of other team, and they got the punishment for the mistake that they did. But Team P and Rose, 0 points by the 11th point of marker. No elimination points on their name. Now this was treat to eyes, because Shanky not allowing a single player to use that launch pad to escape. He made sure to convert those escape plan into the elimination points. Talking about this fight from P and Rose, here 10 eliminations already when the 5 teams were surviving.
Amazing stuff from P and Lewis. Look at them. Just good with the landmines, good with the snipers up close as well. And look at Sahil, he climbed up on that monster truck, got the elevation over Windsmoke as well. And that is just so good. This is the kind of performance that gets you a lovely booyah. KD God boosting up his KD with 5,700 damage. Bro, what are these numbers? This is some mad business. I don't think I've seen such a high number before. I think the max we've seen so far is like 4,200 or something. But this is way too much, man.
He managed to get so many knocks on his name, and I'm really interested to see how many knocks did he get, because the score is very close to 6,000. It should be sufficient enough to decimate more than half of the lobby, and this guy alone is eating up that sort of damage, instead making sure everybody eats that sort of damage. And now with total of 8 assists on his name, 6 eliminations, sure, it is good to see that KD God is spotted on the MVP, but I'm sure that Lewis must be the player who might have got maximum number of elimination on his name, because he was the last one trying to get, even after by being down on his knees, he was able to get those elimination points. Well, here we go ahead with entire split explanation about how and where each and every team is getting the amount of damage points deserved? Well, it is Lewis with 8 elimination points, 6 assists, 9 knockdowns to his name, 3,562. But where's that guy? Well, Katie Gord with 9 elimination as well and 8 assists to his name.
Katie God, 9 knockdowns, 6 eliminations with almost 6k damage. It's just a little shy of 1k damage per person. Those are some insane stats, man. P and Rose, I don't know how they've been flying under the radar up until now. These guys are so dominant. 30 points in one single game. Wow. Absolute stonks for this team as they are going to rise up. Got 98 Army. Not even close, man. 16 points for them. It's like P and Rose have double the amount of points as compared to all of their opponents. This is some insanity right here. Total Gaming closely behind them at 12 points. And then there's a tie. HTG and Assassin's Army at 11 each. Vasio, they had 5 eliminations only, so 10 points with them. They are also tied up with PVS. But PVS did not get nearly as many eliminations. Everybody else, they're just, struggling quite a little. DSG had a lovely start in the previous game, but this time they only get 4 points. So, yeah, a bit of a slowdown for them. But keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. P and Rose did not have any head start points. So the 30 points that they have acquired right now, it's purely on the basis of this game. And if they are able to overtake some of the teams with head start advantage, then all our calculations have been tossed aside. Like, we had Assassin Army on top. They have 23 points right now, but 10 of them are from yesterday. So, yeah, it seems like the head start has given them absolutely nothing to work with. And P and Rose with 47 points are very, very close to activating the Champion Rush condition. Close behind them are TSG Army with 33. They got eliminated very early this game, so yeah, they could not really boost their stats up. Otherwise, they would have also been close to the 50-point marker.
Team Total Gaming, well, they are spotted in top half of the leaderboard. PVS, Card 98 as well. The team that concerns me the most is definitely Assassin Army. Sure, they do have one of the players now. Finally, we get some change in elimination leader. Number 1 still, it goes in the hands of Sadak, followed by Krish on number 2. Number 3, it is Legend. Top 3 properly cemented by Team TSG. Position 4, Assassin Prince with 47 elimination on his name, and now it is KD God, risen up well in top 5 elimination leaders.
Yeah, KD God, with just this game alone, he's been able to climb into the top 5. Man, I mean, the entire team of P and Rose, we knew that they're good, but none of us expected us to put up such a massive performance that would put them on top of the charts and in proximity of taking the championship to their name. But now that one of the players is also in the top 5, one has to be on the lookout for a new emerging threat, and that is P and Rose. Oh my god, that was such a crazy game from them. 30 points in a single game, Tanya. That's just records being broken one after the other.
And I believe this is just the start, Clips. We are just 2 maps down, 6 more to go maybe. Let's see if that's going to be or no. But yeah, to the positive side, I would definitely want to see a 8 map a day because I enjoy watching this sort of thrill. And it's grand finals. We would want to see this sort of continuation of battles, fights, and some emerging names in elimination leaders. As well as I do believe MVP leaders will also have a good shuffle with 2 Booyah backed by 2 different teams. And
Yeah.
let's also jump in towards the interview for the player who just won a Booyah from P and Rose.
काफी ज्यादा स्थिरता से चारों के चारों प्लेयर ने खेला एंड सबसे बड़ा सवाल यही रहेगा कि टीम्स अभी आगे किस अंदाज में खेलने वाली, क्योंकि अभी हमने देखा बूया को प्रायोरिटी दे रही है, तो बूया को प्रायोरिटी देनी है या फिर थोड़ा सा एलिमिनेशंस के लिए जाना है?
देखो बुया के लिए भी होना चाहिए क्योंकि मेन चीज बुया ही है। टोटल 12 पॉइंट मिलते हैं तो देखा जाए तो बुया को भी करना चाहिए। बाकी मेरी टीम मचा रही है बस। मेरी टीम मेरे लिए बहुत बेस्ट है।
ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात है एंड पी एंड रोज बहुत अच्छे से अपनी टीम को सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं एंड जहां पे आपकी टीम को जरूरत हो वहां पे आप खड़ी हैं। हमने देखा अभी तक कि किस तरीके से नॉकआउट स्टेज में कई सारे क्रूशियल प्लेस आपने करे थे। क्या लर्निंग्स आपकी टीम को लेकर, मतलब पूरी टीम में आपको, मतलब आप काफी नए हैं इस तरीके से टीम में प्ले करने के लिए, बट कौन आपको सबसे ज्यादा हेल्प कर रहा है इस दौरान एंड किस तरीके की सिनर्जी है अंदर, क्या माहौल है, बताइए थोड़ा सा इस बारे में।
मतलब मेरी पूरी टीम मुझे कोऑर्डिनेट करती है। हमेशा मेरी टीम
Great.
पूरे केडी भी मेरे को बोलते हैं कि रोज ऐसे करे, और लुइस भी ऐसे ही करते हैं, साहिल भी, पूरी टीम करती है मेरे लिए। और बाकी मतलब मैं तो साथ में रहती हूँ। तो
जी हाँ,
हमने
जी हाँ।
हम लोगों ने देखा है इवन
बाकी मतलब
परगेटरी
बहुत
के
से
मैच में
लोगों
जब
ने
जब जी जी जी
बोलिए बोलिए।
बाकी मतलब लड़की सोचा कि लड़की है तो नहीं खेल पाएगी, क्या
नहीं
ही
नहीं
टीम आगे जाएगी, तो वो उन लोगों के लिए मुंह पे थोड़ा तमाशा है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, देखिए देखिए यहाँ पे और मैं एक चीज बोलूंगा, जब जब पीएन रोज अपनी टीम के साथ एंड तक सरवाइव करिए, बूया निकला है।
हाँ।
आई थिंक 2 बूया निकाले और दोनों बूया में पीएन रोज अपनी टीम के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला खेले, तो ये तो एक डेफिनेटली अ बिग स्लैप ऑन दो जो कहते हैं कि फीमेल क्रिएटर उतना अच्छा नहीं खेलते। फॉर श्योर यू आर प्लेइंग रियली गुड एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, और आई होप आगे भी आप
Thank
ऐसा
you.
ही खेलें। थैंक यू सो मच।
जी हाँ, ये थी हमारे
So here we go, P and Rose, pretty excited about the achievement that she has got, and definitely she should be, and she's also proud of being a woman and being able to reach to the position where they are dominating the lobby right now and dominating in a pattern that not even that sort of head start point they procured, only 5. Still they are number 1 today on the grand finals, and as you mentioned, this might be one of the team to reach to the point of champion point rush stage.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have much of an advantage going into the games today, but even without that much of a head start advantage, they've been able to climb on the number 1 spot. So this kind of proves that no matter what your gender is, no matter where you're from, Free Fire Max is a game where everybody has an equal chance of winning, and it all comes down to the decisions you take and the firepower you wield. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first 2 games have been an absolute treat to watch. More action is coming your way, but after a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back again to Skyesports Pro League Free Fire Max, where action is on the rooftop. Myself, Tanya, alongside me, it is Arka. Arka, what do you have to see? Because you've already witnessed 2 maps of grand finals.
I would say I really miss out the initial days of this tournament where we had all the teams trying to show up in the overall standings. But this time around, it seems like nobody was prepared for the side of PN Rose to rise like this. It seems like, the rose has been bloomed and the scent is spread out everywhere in the lobby. And with moments to come, somebody will have to bring in a new wind to erase that scent, or else they might grab away the championship.
Well, I would want to ask you as well. Is it P and Rose that is, the performance that is matching up to your blazer as well? Or it was well planned dressed?
Okay. It was random, even though it looks a little pink on the screen. It's more of the red kind of a blazer. But still, I'm happy to be on the winning team as long as I'm there on the podium, because and it's also good to see that a few answers have been given post the performance. Especially PN Rose, when she said that I was underestimated just because I had that gender bias. But it's good for us to see that esports have gone beyond that, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we'll be stepping into the next map of the day, as we'll be now looking at the map of Alpine, starting off from the Yankee, if I'm not wrong, ending towards the Snowfall region, dissecting the map perfectly into 2 halves, and it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be Black Flag Army. They've already covered the dock, and they will get one of the finest loots as well. PN Rose on the grounds of Stadium. It is about Total Gaming in the fight for the blue zone, and let's see. But there's not much of a loot, no longer in weapon. That is how Black Flag Army successfully escapes. But Pahari on the tower, having the information of Team Elite, Team Total Gaming beneath him, what is he going to bring on the desk for us? Because that definitely looks interesting. And talking about interesting, he spotted one of the players, delivered a lot of damage again. PVS Gaming will be able to take down Shanky. They did not have a good route to follow using zip lines. Sure, they survived one blow, not for the second time. Team PVS pinned them down, got them eliminated. Team Elite with no elimination points. Now this is one of the most slowest map played by far. All 12 teams intact, all 48 players in the lobby. 2 minutes already. Pahari has gotten information of Delete's existence, but Total Gaming struggling hard. It's Honey who has pinned down, eliminated Mafia out of the lobby. Should be revived, sure. Mr. Jai on the grounds, pushing in against Zap. Delivered a lot of damage.
Yeah. Things are going to be so different for the side of Total Gaming. Yes, the spread might backfire to them with, almost losing out a player. Yes, the revival has come through, but still 3 of these players, glue walls can divide them. All thanks to Wahadi's location right now on the top of that building, giving that bird's eye view. He's going to be the eyes for the team, and he would look forward for a better outcome from here on as Team Elite. They were one of the favorites when it comes to the casters' prediction, and they look forward to somehow overcome the obstacles and show everybody that they are the top contender for the championship over here.
It's a close duel. Team Elite versus Total Gaming. The team to survive this duel survives for the rest of the day, because I don't see any split approach coming in. They're all in. Throwables invested, Progon being used, Insane and Mafia Bala reunited, Zap realizing the threat is real after getting Pahari knocked. Delete might be going in, looking forward that the support player is gone, the support sniper is gone, and now it's all about the aggression, it's all about the rush. This should be the plan, with 1 elimination point on their name.
Progon trying to shoot, but all those shots disconnected to his own blue wall. Ended up with nothing in his hands, and now trying to change his location. Obviously, he's going to be showing his back to the opponents. And all of a sudden, the cookies start to crumble for the side of Team Elite. Zap little bit of the daring gameplay, trying to come out in the open and try to connect those shots. The grenade launchers not done too much of a damage here. Whereas Mafia Bala, he's had enough. Now he wants to head it forward. He wants to take the shots out here. Delete gets taken down. Mr. J is trying to put up a fight. Puts down Bala as well. And now can he do something beautiful? No. As Zap is going to be coming in as the right kind of backup for Team Elite. But that's also not going to be an easy case. Oh my goodness. The tables have turned as Mafia Bala also gets taken down. Total Gaming is going to be losing this fight. Where everything was going in their favor. Zap, the way he retaliated at the right time. Whereas Assassin have come into third party on the distance, we're able to see that Binzet again in deep troubles after losing 3 players. Somehow they're all four men back on their feet as Desi RNX, one of the strongest teams out there, going to be step out of cover, will be facing the broth of the opponents. Desi RNX, 2 of their players down on their knee. Confirmation might follow up soon.
Binzet, after 2 maps, finally they get 1 point. They have been on the rock bottom with 0 points. Whatever they tried, surviving, fighting, rotating, they were pinned down every single time. Finally, Binzet procuring 3 points on their name and also surviving towards. Well, there's nobody sharing the ground near to the base camp. So, is it the room for deep breath to pick up fight again?
Probably, because if you see right now, most of these teams who did not have that great points when it comes to the overall standing have now slowly started to pick up the pace, and they understand that if they do not act right now, probably they might end up not having that chance of fighting for the championship. And 2 big names out of this lobby, HTG Sports and Total Gaming, and I don't think so it's going to be a cakewalk for them from here on. They'll have to struggle twice. They have to put twice the effort and look forward for more fights in games to come.
PN Rose still, they are continuing to deliver some elimination to the other side. Long range battle was picked up and it was KD God. No, it was Lewis. He was the MVP as well. And he wins the title. He is they are aware about their existence as well and realizing to which Vasio Esports wouldn't want to pick up any fight as of now. They are running out of the compound which was held strongly by themselves and TSG just by some footsteps, making Vasio Esports move out of sight, move out of the compound, and Anshu trying to use the information claimed through binoculars about which direction is the safest. Container is the only cover for them.
Vasio playing a little defensive, a bit of a shocker if you ask me, because Anshu as well as Predator yesterday showed us some glimpse of amazing, close range battle, mid range battles as well. Whereas this time around, I think they're concentrating more on getting those booyahs, and they need to be careful as they could be shot at from a distance. And look at how important these elimination points are for the side of TSG. They're going to stick to the strategy of pushing towards the side of Vasio Esports.
Team TSG, after the previous early elimination, they are going a little passive and they should be. They are in top 3 and this is one of the team which can also help you reach early point rush stage. And Team P and Rose again got some elimination points. Now they are sticking hard towards the top 3 position. Assassin Army as well finally looks like coming to the position or the momentum which they gained yesterday. 10 that they earned, they're finished Arca. They're nowhere to be spotted in top 6 as well.
Yeah, but again, the cushion is still being held, right? One good game and probably that's going to boost them. Especially the 10 points advantage is just going to allow them to come at the top of the table. Just imagine, right now we have got P and Rose on 47 points. And just in case that team attains another 32 points in a single game, we'll make it 43, and again, within the top 2, they'll be placing themselves. So, the chances are pretty high for any team to make a comeback at any given point of time in this game. But P and Rose now seems like they're in deep trouble as we're able to see one team is trying to concentrate completely on them. Any got gets taken down immediately. Information. This is the strongest blink of this team is being taken down, and Ian Rose will have to retaliate, will have to come back with a proper strategy, or else I think they're going to get eliminated as well.
9 minutes and 9 teams remaining. 3 early eliminations. 3 compounds split wisely. Assassin Army, PN Rose, and Bin Zayed Gaming. But are they aware about Pahari? Being nearby, he was taken down by Prince a while ago. So
Yeah.
he was revived. Not much of loot on his name. But I do spot one of the DMR weapon and SMG as well. Ready to pick up fights though. PN Rose, a good momentum, a good number 1 position hold. They wouldn't want to get eliminated. I'm very sure they are going to be passive, but if at all they try to escape this compound, they are going to be shredded in pieces.
On that point, two wall melters. Shows that they might have an idea that Ian Rose is the team in front of them. And as an army, going back to the defense, which is that I can speak. And I don't think for three, Ian Rose will not another form altogether. With that, he'll be getting finally broken, giving an opportunity for others to actually play this game well.
Now we are coming to Assassin Army. Near to them, Car 98. The circle is already created. 4 teams within the circle. Team Elite being the one nearest to the blue zone. Vasio Esports and Black Flag Army. Well, Black Flag Army just eliminated Desi RNX, and now next one are going to be Vasio Esports. Is it going to be so easy for Black Flag Army to again eliminate one of the teams just like they did a while ago, or it's going to be some change that is going to come in? Now, near to the sun side, Black Flag Army trying to get as much of information as possible. Solar panels are going to bring in more heat between the fights of these two teams.
Absolutely. Vasio Esports, I've never seen them being so defensive lately. They always tend to hold on hard, take those fights. But it seems like now the convergence coming in from the side of BFA would be a little bit problematic for the side of Vasio Esports. They need to find an equation right now. They need to find who's going to be that lethal catalyst to allow them to be the best of this equation. Frankie goes in for fighting and something has no idea that he's going to be closing in, and with that, 2 players already down on their knee. Vasio Esports in trouble as the final player will now have to fall back immediately, go in for the revival as well. And I don't think so it's been easy so far for the side of South.
Predator, the last man standing. He will be able to get 1 elimination on his name. Now there's no point of survival, not even a single % chance that he would survive, and sure, Team Vasio gets eliminated. Again, not a good start, not a good continuation for Team Vasio. Now it's about the circle. Circle also takes the shift. There's only one team within the circle, which is Car 98, TSG, trying to enter the circle through the northern side. Black Flag Army still entering the circle, where they will be gate-kept by 2 teams altogether, Team Elite as well as Team PBS. On the southern side of the map, we are seeing Assassin Army as well as Bin Zed. They also have to enter the circle. But talking about gatekeeping Black Flag Army, Team Elite have started to do the deed.
Team Elite 4 eliminations strong, and now they also are hungry for Mr. J. Change in location has been another angle altogether with the table and with the blink of an eye, PS are in trouble. Last man standing is also going to be tracked down as he tries to escape within a wake, trying to get now's game out, and he also will be taken out. With this PBS, I don't think so will be available in the lobby anymore. Will be eliminated at that 7th position.
Team Elite, 9 elimination points. What an aggression coming in from side of Mr. Jay. Amazing aggression, amazing push, and those shotguns brought me some previous memories that he had played few tournaments. But anyway, right now if we talk about again, there's a fight happening. Abhijit will be spotted. BFA struggling hard. The delayed rotation did not bring in any rewards, but there was a lot of punishment given from Team Elite. 11 eliminations already, and on the edge of the circle.
Elite. I mean, they need to stay alive, right? PSG, Team Elite, R98, Assassin Army, EZ. Look at the teams which are alive right now. Seems like any of these teams get a booyah for themselves, then the overall standing is going to have another twist in the tail. That's for sure. BZ especially, they will have to come up with something new. Have been facing the broth of all the teams out there, and it seems like this time Assassin Army wants to have a piece of this.
6 eliminations already. Not having to enter the circle, a little lesser pressure. But fence will be the only cover. 2 fences, throwables, cross apart. Are they playing holy by any chance? This is exactly how I play water balloons. But these are not water balloons. These are some glue wall melters. These are some freeze bombs. A lot of damage already delivered. But coming up on the road is equal to getting eliminated by other teams. Here we go. Gyanru once again using this launch pad is always being eliminated. That is something that's not working for Win. They're getting it using the launch pad.
I believe it's pressure. Now look at this. 2 big bulls are going to lock horns in moments to come. But it's R98 who've got that opportunity to do something different. It's both side of PE right now. That's when PSG could become a little bit weaker. Ayush taken down. I don't understand Bahari at this point of time. The last man standing. What kind of strategy he'll come up with. All he's going to do is give up and get taken down as well.
2 eliminator leaguers here. 2 elimination leaders are up against each other. Assassin Army versus Team TSG Army. TSG Army, Squad Strong, and the 3-man roster alive for Assassin Army. Krish going in, going out. It's a 1v2 final battle. Ayush will be revived, sure, and it's a 2v3 situation now. Will Assassin Army's players survive to get a triple? Well, Duffy gets 1 down. Will he get second? A good action coming in. This was not how much that he should have survived. It ended up to 1v1, and Legend blows final knock and gets the booyah. This is the second booyah for the name of Team TSG.
PSG, no wonder they're the fan favorites. No wonder they're the casters' favorites. Get that top spot for now. Every single thing about that final fight turned out to be perfect for the side of PSG. Yes, R98 could have earlier, but again, these were the moments Aim God gets taken down, and that is when the stories start to take a very different approach. Ayush gets in closer, puts a player down, but again, in those final moments, getting revival is going to be the crucial thing to do. If not, Duffy's 1v2 would have been more than enough. Look at how he changes position. Look at how shots are going to be registered. Krish also gets in closer. Krish also gets punished, but all thanks to Legend, who's stuck to that crosshair, who's stuck getting closer to the opponents, and finally delivers to get a booyah for themselves. A game which is going to be remembered for some time, as 21 points minimum is what I feel TSG have taken for themselves for now.
Well, a good fight. For a second, I lost my breath, Arka, when I thought that, yes, it's going to be a 1v3 from the side of Assassin Army. When he took down Ayush, followed by second, and then Legend came. I mean, there's a key thing that Legend does. He activates himself while jumping. So I think he activated himself and jumped into that battle for not losing that booyah. And 12 point matters the most here. And you're mentioning 21 points. Let's see how many eliminations did they take, because they did not pick up much of fights from what I remember. So sure, not more than 8 or 9 eliminations.
I don't think so there's going to be any other team which is going to amp up as many points as P and Rose did in the previous game. Everybody were trying to play it a little safe. From the beginning of the day, we did see that. Yes, a few of the teams who are actually capable of picking up more than 30 pointers will now have to wake up, or else I don't think so it's going to be easy for any team out there. I'm still looking at which is that team which is going to get that 80 pointer, and then, you know, the champion rush gets activated, and then the actual fun begins.
Well, I would also want to have a look at Team Elite score. Finally, they buckled up. Team Total Gaming again picked up some good fight. Desi RNX had a good start, but they are nowhere to be spotted. Talking about Team PVS, they got zapped actually. They got zapped by the rush coming in from the side of Team Elite. Sure, we will re-enjoy this battle between them with these highlights.
Absolutely. P and Rose, this was one of the moments where I really thought that Team Elite had a great chance. They did the initial damage, but eventually had to face the brunt of P and Rose. But again, Assassin Army, especially the Feek, if he's alive for the team, he can do wonders. And that's how he showcased his prediction of where the players are inside the building is also phenomenal. As Team Elite, the momentum had built over here, right? And I really thought the Team Elite might end up on a very good note. But after this fight is where they were actually restricted. All thanks to the circle falling a little away from them. They had to fall into a trap of the opponents as they used those launchers, ended up being in front of the opponents and then getting eliminated.
Well, talking about launch pads and getting eliminated, Bin Zaid has mastered that skill. But now talking about Assassin Army, 10 eliminations already on their name. Last man definitely gave it all that was needed. He survived so long against 1v3. Taking down 2 knocks in front of 3 enemies is no easy, no, it's not a joke. But Siddharth, most valuable player once again with 3 eliminations and 3 assists. Well, this has been one of the thing that has been consistent throughout this tournament is Siddharth being number 1 in terms of elimination. But now he's also spotted in MVP lists.
Absolutely. Probably he's going to take away 30,000 for himself if you guys exactly have followed the prize pool so far. And Siddharth is capable of any change of events if given a chance. Yes, TSG, they're aiming to get that 80-pointer by the 3rd game or the 4th game max. That was what the IGL did reveal to us. And by the looks of it, they are catching up to it. Look at how much of damage Siddharth has given in comparison to his teammates. Shows that he's doing more hard work than all of them put together, because his responsibility right now is to pick up eliminations.
Talking about all 4 players here, the team that is featured on the Booyah board, well, talking about eliminations, it was not much, but it was not less as well. It was handsome, decent elimination points and decent, obviously, a grand Booyah procured. Should be enough to again get some level up, get some steps up on the leaderboard. 21 total of points. Well, Arka, your maths is incredible, I must say. It was quick math coming in from your side, followed by Assassin Army with 12 points, then Team Elite with 18 points. Black Flag Army chasing up good score, 13 points. Car 98 just 1 point away with 12 points. Bin Zaid Gaming finally got 10 points on their name. But PBS, Desi RNX, Team P and Rose, Team Vasio, Team Total Gaming, HTG Esports, all the teams who have got single digits on their total score, they need to buckle up. 3 maps already down and now very few remaining.
Absolutely. I wish I was this good in my school days when it comes to math. I guess it's the lesson I learned hard, and same goes for the teams at the bottom of the table. They'll have to pick up their pace. 54 points, and TSG retain the top spot with 27 placement points and 26 eliminations. And when it comes to eliminations, only 2 teams have been doing well. That is TSG and PN Rose. But when it comes to placement points, we're able to see that until previous gaming, we have got some really good placement points being shared by everybody.
Team P and Rose and Assassin Army had good amount of numbers in terms of point rush, but here TSG Army with only 1 point and still being on the top of the leaderboard is something very nice and very strategically played by Team TSG, because for this point of time, they did not want to go for elimination points. This time they wanted those 12 tall placement points, and it worked everything as they wanted to. So I believe they are able to bifurcate between 2 situations, when they want those elimination points or when they want that booyah. So they got the second one correct, and still Vasio Esports is the only team to have 3 booyahs in one day. Let's see if TSG equalizes them in the next map as well.
Now, this is where I would like to bring your attention to this mindset of TSG Army, right? Because they have understood now, in case there's a tiebreaker comes into picture, they need more booyahs, and they're concentrating on that. They're making their fortress very strong. First is trying to have more booyahs. Second thing, always try to hold the top of the table just in case everybody tries to cross that 80-point barrier, and most of the teams are going to fight it out. They want to stay on the top of the table. So that point is also being ticked properly. So TSG Army's composure speaks for itself that they are the team to watch out for Whereas Assassin Army, the way they're catching up just with the eliminations, this is what the kind of Assassin Army I wanted to see. In the initial moments, we saw them have 17 position points, and all of a sudden, in 1 or 2 games, they have around 10 to 12 elimination points. So they are the only team who can have a perfect dance against that of TSG Army.
Well, Assassin Army were in the latter half of the leaderboard, and right now they are in top 3. So yes,
Exactly.
the challenges continue. It's not that TSG has got a clean sweep already and the buffer point is too high. PN was in the mix as well of top 3. One good match from any of the teams in top half of the leaderboard can bring in any team down or any team up, because the battle is still due. And this is the map where the actual threshold points will be achieved, because 80 points is all you want to win away the tournament. Let's see if this is going to be the next upcoming map where the tournament's end comes in near, or if at all. The Aura mentioned one thing, Arka, that teams
Yeah.
to reach 80-point marker will be targeted. So even I'm interested to see if they are actually targeted, because I feel targeted or no targeted, if you are decisive about how you want to move ahead, there's nothing that can stop you.
I mean, as soon as you hit the 80-pointer, obviously you'll think of a new strategy altogether. You're not going to go back to your original drop location, because that is when teams can target you. Apart from that, there is no way team can bifurcate you from that of the others, because of the elimination feed being completely hidden. So I still feel that, you can have an edge if you tend to go push yourself towards the opponents. Yes, one thing which happens is, if you hit the 80-pointer, you can go more aggro. And let's see which of these teams is going to go aggro when it comes to the map of Kalahari. And for the first time, I'm able to see in this map, the flight path seems to be having a bit of an edge towards the northwestern side. The 2 edges of the flight path, the shrine as well as the mammoth, making it a bit tough for the team get to the Stone Ridge region.
Now, flight path fairly clean for good spread outs. Refinery being contested by Desi RNX, the team to start off good, but nowhere to be spotted. Council Hall contested by Team Elite, no early drop clashes, Arka. That is exactly what teams have realized, that we have to be safe until the final circle. But Total Gaming and PN Rose have got something else to say. PN Rose, 2 players choked into the compound. Lewis will be able to take down Delete. Well, I mentioned choke. They aren't at all. Mafia gets 1 elimination points against Lewis, but Delete will be traded out as well.
PN Rose needs to be careful. We're able to see the spread already come in from their side. Insane trying to chase down that player. Eventually they're going to be caught off guard. As finally Mafia Bala will now have to be revived. PN Rose, look at the way they've tucked their tails and ran off from this position. Yes, one more player upstairs is going to try to do his best in the name of KD God. Gets 1 more elimination in his name. A confirmation which is going to be crucial. But the best part is, his change in location has also been phenomenal. All thanks to the grapple gun. Trying to save himself for the longest time possible. But Total Gaming, can they bounce back over here? Can they take revenge for their fallen comrade? I think so. There's an opportunity, but all they have to do is come in from 2 different angles and at the same time.
Santa Catarina, the wreckage ship and the wrecked destiny is always created here in Team Total Gaming. With the eye patch on their logo, well, are they the pirates of this ground? 3 elimination points on the name of Mafia, PN Rose.
Ooh.
Reviving Mafia Balar and landing just around the corner. It's a free point for Team PN Rose. There's no way Mafia Bala is going to survive this land.
Now we'll have to see Mafia. Mafia Bala were one of the strongest assaulters. Let's not forget that. And if given a chance, if given an opportunity, he can do the otherwise. Assassin Army is now targeting the side of Total Gaming, who they did read in the elimination feed. They understood that this could be the place where the actual fight is taking place, and they end up at the perfect corner. Mafia Bala is going to be punished by the side of PN Rose as predicted by Tanya, and now things are not looking good for the side of Total Gaming. The last man standing. Can he go in for a revival? Will he be spared as PVS comes in as a blessing in disguise for the side of Total Gaming?
Team PBS, a lot of throwables coming on their side, and the small compound that they're holding is Assassin Army trying to push against them. They want those 4 elimination points as early as possible, but then Prince will be spotted. He will be taken down. Trades is something that they're looking forward to, but they're not getting a room of opportunity. As soon as I say that, Aim God rushes in with the shotgun. He will be able to take down one player using repair kits. 4 players intact. Now it is Assassin Army versus PVS. Revival immediate and Arca. This revival with no loot. What do you think happens now?
No, I somewhere feel that they might end up in a very different place. They won't come in to save their teammates. In case they do, then it could be a checkmate against themselves itself. Whereas Dafiq, again showing us some brilliance in close range battle, gets in closer, misses a few shots, and immediately a backup does come in, but that also gets traded off by Yogi from a distance. And these are the moments Assassin needs to be careful. Look at what's happening with Prince with no gun whatsoever, trying to do his best, but Chrono Shield at the given point of time is now going to have an eye rage. And guess what's going to happen? This time, Assassin might run away from this position. Aimgod also gets taken down, and they're going to be left out with one last man standing. And I wonder where he is.
Talking about PVS Army, they're not aware about the real threat that is joining here on the grounds of Olympics. They see RNX, somebody sneakily walking with the fighting force against Assassin Army. Now, command post consists of 2 teams. Information has been deployed. That's already been used. Now, there's a little bit of cooldown. Sure, it is going to be a shotgun. And PVS was not ready for this duel.
Absolutely. And also no information was relayed that there's a player over here. ABC Eco trying to do his best. Tatsuya again comes into play. Adib playing it perfectly, but eventually he's got to be punished and then panned out of this game as well. A revival necessary with redemption in his mind. Can he take that revenge against the side of PBS? Because a melee elimination is so painful. I've dealt that before. It frustrates me a lot. And I would rather, allow my teammates to trade me off.
PN Zahil here, healing himself. PN Rose again buckling up strong. But then, now they're going to fight off Assassin's Dafiq, the last man, the lone warrior that you were talking about. Where did he go? He did not vanish into thin air. He's hiding himself on the grounds of Stone Ridge with the broken construction building. Now, Lewis is trying to get some more information. Black has got something read well. He has heard some footworks already, but he's not able to exact pinpoint. But it's going to be a 1v3 situation where there's no chance Tafiq would have survived in Assassin Army, getting eliminated on position 11. Now for Assassin Army as well as Team Total Gaming, 3 points each, no placement points, and Desi RNX will revive Adib.
PN Rose, 7 eliminations. And they're looking the strongest in the lobby all of a sudden. It seems like they hid themselves throughout the last week and made sure that, nobody could bring up with a counter strategy because nobody knew their strategy, to be frank. If this is the kind of gameplay they can hold within themselves, I believe they can be the champions within the next 2 games. Yes, for now we're looking at the side of TSG, the sniper taking the best spot in the house. And he doesn't miss much. He's got the double M82B. With this, he can register some beautiful knocks and some beautiful eliminations as well.
That is pretty quick of you to say that it is only 2 maps upcoming and the day comes to an end. Well, let's see how many teams end up with 80 points. I believe if it is PN Rose as per your prediction, then they should be focused by each and every team to not take away the title, to not take away the glory. But there's somebody to take away the grounds of Refinery. Team Elite trying to make a move gradually. It is Team TSG as well, sharing the grounds of Refinery. Now there's nobody on the tower who is going to give that long range cover fire. Old Monk trying to go up close and personal, and he is the master. Not only Bomber on his name should be considered, he is master in rushing as well. He's one of the finest rusher. Showing the backs and crossing the roads is something least Pahadi would want to.
Ooh, Pahadi, 2 shots been taken, both of it registered. are coming out in the open. Does another mistake yet again. But this time, Old Monk is just going to join hands with Pahadi. 2 eliminations. Team Elite have understood that the opponents are now vulnerable. That's why they want to get into high grounds. Mr. J, Team Elite also, slowly coming up to show their true colors. Slowly building that momentum and confidence. From here on, we can expect them to do well. But again, they have to stick together.
Desi RNX are the picking up fights against Black Flag Army. Let's see what are they up to. But Legend is very sure of. He wants his number back. He wants his members back. Adeep in the cocoon of a glue wall against Black Flag Army. 2 players took down Adeep. Sure, Black Flag Army. In the previous map as well, Black Flag Army were the only team who got eliminated to zone. The longest rotations are sometimes not working, and also the circle shifts are very brutal now. For each and every map, because it is grand finals, and the gods of circle is also realizing that yes, I should bring in some more hard work for the teams who are participating in the grand finals. And now it is PN Rose with 7 eliminations, squad strong. And if you have a look at the overall map, the not only Black Flag Army but Desi RNX TSG, they are still choking to zones. They are still tanking up zone damage, and let's see if there are going to be any rewards for taking this sort of a damage. But there's one more player who is giving damage to Adeep. He just took a landing here, and HTG will shut them down.
Absolutely. The next circle is going to be forming in any second now. And in case it goes to command post, we all know where you want to place yourself. There's one sniper tower which can have not only a bird's eye view, but also an opportunity to pick up as many eliminations as possible. Yes, a bit of command post is going to be inside the circle. But again, Stone Ridge is where you would want to place yourself with a circle like this. The sub is where we have the side of HTG who have a long journey up ahead in front of them. And by the time they reach inside the circle, Tanya, I believe most of the topography will already be taken away from other teams.
Agreed, and then they will be gate kept, and then they will be eliminated. But then this is Team P and Rose that we should be talking about. They've got a perfect timing and angle for launch pads. We have seen them rushing with those launch pads and bulldozing any team in the compound that they are trying to conquer, and they have successfully conquered that area. But talking about command post, as you already mentioned, PVS coming and Binz just across each other, looking forward to not initiate any fight, and there's no point as well. But there's one more team, Vasio, trying to enter the grounds of command post now. Will they be able to enter? Will they be gate kept? Because still there's a long route in the open grounds that they have to make an entry towards. What about Black Flag Army's Hacker? Still near to the revive zone, trying to bring back his remaining teammate. HTG having a good control but still not in the circle. Some shots being exchanged, but I'm very sure not enough to even register a single elimination point.
Now, I love the gameplay coming in from the side of P and Rose. They had binoculars. 2 of their players are using the same ability. They had binoculars and they used it at 2 different compounds to check where there are rest players, and then they try to make it inside the circle. I've not seen many teams actually have info and then make it through. Whereas at a distance, it seems like Team Elite have done the deed. They've sent another team away from this lobby, and it's HTG again, the late rotation sufferers, to be frank, because you have been telling that has been the story with them. BFA on the other side is going to be landing right in front of Car 98, but Car 98 are no idea that the team has come in closer. They're knocking at their doorsteps, and they're going to be welcomed with open arms. BFA needs to be careful. In case they're not, then the team might take them down. Car 98 trying to do their best, and guess what? The third party is coming from the side of PSG as well. 2 eliminations already, and they're looking strong, waiting for everybody to make a mistake, and I wonder which among these teams are going to get eliminated.
Car 98, Windsmoke already down. Farhan and Badal trying to chase through the maze of blue walls here. Abhijit spotted, eliminated, and I believe it is going to be Siddharth who will try to confirm few of the eliminations, and PSG stands here. But for how long still remains the question here. Shotgun will be able to knock down Windsmoke again. Krish gets 2 on his name, and it is going to be Car 98 Army getting eliminated. Hacker just sticking around the corner against 4 players of Team TSG. A single footstep can decimate his existence, and I'm very sure he wouldn't want to show his presence at all.
Oh, absolutely, but the blue zone, it's just going to force him to move from that location. And even before that, if he's able to strike and weaken the side of TSG Army, then the story can be different. And all of a sudden, look at the points table, ladies and gentlemen. 4 teams very close to one another when it comes to the elimination points, and they need to be careful. They track out Negi, and they see RNX also gets eliminated out here. 3 teams with 7 eliminations, and the best amongst them will only stand with position points.
TSG Army with 7 elimination points already. PN Rose using Launchpad, and I would really want to see the action. This time it is BinZ Gaming. They are trying to replicate what they struggled, and now they are making sure to sell this medicine to everyone who is using Launchpad in the direction of the opponents where it might not end up well. Team TSG struggling that they might be eliminated again. PN Rose, they got 9 eliminations on winning. Sure, BinZ did not allow Sahil to enter the circle, but there are 3 more players who are willing to look forward to enter. UAV has been deployed, and now again it is going to be Hacker, who is spotted already. How is he surviving?
A perfect gameplay, if you ask me. Used every utility out there. The glue wall, you know, I really like that 4 he made before he got into that hard compound. But again, where has he flown? He's not flown inside of the circle. TSG Army were looking strong until now is left out with one last man, Ayush. Who's got great responsibilities of getting those position points. PN Rose are looking strong for now, as they've got 3 men standing and 9 eliminations already. Process of BCs for the first time alive in a circle like this.
Yes. Finally, we spot BinZ here. 17 still surviving. Arsenal Chamber is at the choke point for PN Rose, because PVS is pushing to every utilities and abilities here, and PVS 9 eliminations already, and PN Rose will get eliminated. They choked in the chamber for sure. But there's one more team who is bringing in the best of elimination points on their name in the Arsenal Chamber. It is going to be Pahari from Team Elite.
The position of Team Elite has been phenomenal so far, but they don't have an idea that there's a lurking snake right behind them in the name of TSG. Trying to stay as silent as possible. BFA as well. Now they're going to be so busy with the opponents, they're going to forget that Team Elite will have their crosshairs set on them. ABS, they're also trying to do their best. They put an end for the side of BFA. And with that, the elimination is also going to be stolen away. Team Elite now come to the center of this map, trying to push to the center of this map, have a greater opportunity to pick up eliminations out here. Pahadi is going to be leading the fight with 6 eliminations, and that push is going to be coming in. Inevitably, Mr. J is going to be landing another one as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Elite all over this map. They're trying to make sure that their presence are known. Now PVS, the last man standing. How long can he survive? Oh no, it's going to be BZ's the last man standing for the first time, trying to register a booyah out here, but that's not going to be possible, as Shubho is going to be finished off in the melee as well, and the booyah is going to be taken away by Style. And finally, some smiles on the face of Team Elite.
Team Elite, well, finally, for sure, but it is just the start, I believe. It is going to be map of Kalahari. If at all repeated, I do believe Team Elite again stands a good chance because of the snipers they use, because of the perfect timely snipers, and the rotation also worked in the favor, and they were on point. They also turned Arsenal Chamber into the Chamber of Death for Team PVS, and Team Elite with 10 elimination points already. Mr. Jay healed himself to go ahead with close range weapons.
I mean, did Pahadi use Moko there? Because that's the only way for him to actually pinpoint the location of the opponents as soon as they get tagged, right? And I guess if he's done that, then slowly and steadily, Pahadi has understood his strengths, and now he's got to be playing around it as well. In case Team Elite understand that this is their strength and they try to catch up to it, then there's no way anybody can stop this team.
Well, Team Elite, they can be stopped though. They have to be very, because you've seen them getting eliminated early on, but they have to make sure they go in for the late rotations, they go in for the early fights, because it is for the first time where Team Elite were not hesitant to pick up the fight. And sure, players were revived here and there. Arka, this is part of the plan, right? You go away from your teammate, get some elimination points, and if at all you're taken down, there should be always a teammate to revive you again.
Absolutely. And again, you know, there are several factors which comes into play as well. the amount of people you have in the final circles. If you have all four men standing, you don't have to worry about anything. Even though your player gets eliminated, you can play on those straights as well. So that is how Team Elite try to play this, try to stay away from unnecessary fights, and for the first time trying to convert those 4v4s to perfection as well. Whereas Total Gaming, it seems like they had a decent start. They did pinpoint the location of PN, and they did take down one or two players. And then after that, one after another, the players were just caught off guard.
Team HTG, well, they are also not having a good day here. They try to go against anyone. They are being taken down. Sure, good positioning, sure, good read, but the firepower should also not be compromised.
Absolutely. And they also need to understand one more thing. It's also about survival, and that is when elimination is just going to follow up. But these were the moments where Pahadi shows his cyber brilliance. Two of the shots which connected pave way for his team to get that confidence. And then finally, when given a chance, in the final moments of the game, Team Elite looked unstoppable. But this three-way Mexican standoff where TSG came in to strike when the iron was hot was also so perfect. Whereas PN rose, KD got, and he also shows why is the player to watch out for in this tournament as well.
Team PBS actually worked very hard to win that duel, but Pahadi spoiled all the fun. He did not allow a single second of celebration by winning that duel against PN Rose, who are the table toppers as well. They are in top 3. Pahadi did not only stop there, he again went ahead and then started to deliver a lot of damage to the blue walls to at least open up to wherever the opponents are. And on the course, Old Monk already entered the circle and then rest his history with the melee attack. They take away the Booyah, and Pahadi remains the MVP player for this particular map, which is game number 4, and it was ground of Kalahari. It was playground for the snipers, and Pahadi made most out of it. 6 eliminations, 3 assists, and 2,864 total of damage points.
I feel all 6 eliminations would have come from a sniper itself. I did not see him use any other weapon in the close range battles. Is the rest of his teammates were good enough to, just provide them that stage for the final dance. And they have done it perfectly. But yes, Pahadi shows us some brilliance. It seems like the composure is slowly catching up to his fingers. And the sniper god can be a little bit dangerous in the few moments to come. Yes, we had Zap, one of these strong frontline assaulters for the side of Team Elite, being held back a little bit, shows that, the players were not able to actually catch up to his speed. And that's why this time he played in the backlines. His job was perfect. His role was perfect. Least damage, but he has done the deed for the team.
He has definitely done the deal, and no matter if he couldn't get elimination points or no, 3 assists are already sure of that. He gave his support, he gave his perfect role, and Team Elite bagging the first Booyah with a total of 23 points on their name, 12 placement point, 11 handsome elimination points, followed by PBS. Sure, they did the best. They could have also procured the Booyah, but Pahadi definitely had different plans on his plate. Binzad Gaming spotted in top 3. Now gradually, slowly they are crawling up into at least survival mode of top 5, top 3. TSG Army, PN Rose, these are the 2 teams in top 3 as well. And if they are pushed down, it might bring in some hard time. But what happened to Team Total Gaming? What happened to Team Basio? Assassin Army as well. The teams in the bottom are struggling hard, and these are the teams who are in everybody's prediction list. Name it Assassin Army, name it Team Basio, name it Desi RNX, nowhere to be spotted.
Now this is where few teams are just come here to leave a mark. And that is how the teams which are fan favorites are unable to catch up to their momentum. They have nothing to lose, to be frank, because they just want to showcase themselves, show that they are also having a good firepower, and conversion of each and every game is more crucial for these teams who have not had such fan following. But for the teams who are under pressure are obviously the big names, because they not only have to get the championship title, but they also have to convert each and every game, and it's a must from here on.
Agreed. It's a must from here on. Now you cannot have those single misses, or maybe every point counts, because see, half day is already done, half more to go. and you want to make sure that you bring in the best. TSG Army still standing tall at number one position, but the buffer is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, with P and Rose already at 64 points. It's just 4 points away, followed by Team Elite, one good booyah and spotted in top 3. Now this is typical Team Elite play. PVS Gaming also in the upper half of the leaderboard with 7 points away from number 3. They see RNX, 46 points in Assassin Army. The team to get the excessive advantage in point rush stage, still spotted in top 6. One good match should bring in the best out of them.
Team Elite finally, set honor in one eyes and fear in the other, and that's what they're trying to do. Whereas Sadak is just gonna mount more and more feathers to his crown. 60 eliminations already, and all of a sudden comes a name into the top 3 in the name of Pahadi. The sniper god is now in the race, ladies and gentlemen, with Sidak, and the difference between him and Sidak is just 6 eliminations, and Team Elite continue to showcase the same talent. I think he's gonna snatch away that top spot. Krish and Legend, they'll have to pick up the pace, because 38,000 damage comes up from the single game, from the single player Pahadi.
Out of the top 5 elimination leader, we did spot player from P and Rose. Now that has been pushed down. Even Prince has been pushed down to 5th position. Pahadi has paved his way very strongly, and let's see if he continues to do so, because I have spotted Team Elite is not very consistent. They've got the highest moving graph, because they go one map very strong, one map they go early eliminated. And Arka, did you see that map of Bermuda where they tried to bridge block? Now that was the last thing that they should have done. Got eliminated with 1 or 0 points to what I remember.
I mean, if you're doing a bridge block in this meta, you need to be careful. You need to have that 1v3 split, which we keep speaking about, because anything could happen to your team, because you're so open, and it's not like you were doing it outside of the circle. You could be shot at from 2-3 different directions. So all of these points needs to be considered when you're having that bridge block as well. And it's not like it was just one player who was trying to hide behind and make sure that he initially takes a player down. All 4 of the opponents were coming on foot, and once they understood, it was a team in front of them, they did everything right. We're going to break down more fights, ladies and gentlemen. For now, we're going to be taking a short break because we are badly in need of it. Hope you see you guys on the other side, but again, share it among your friends. Come in big numbers.
Do you believe?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching Free Fire Max Pro League by Skyesports. On the desk with me back is got to be Crips again. Crips, a good game, to be frank. Finally, Pahadi coming up in the MVP list, the top 3. And with 6 more to go, he might end up at the top spot. You think that he might come up in the next few games, or do you think that it's still going to be Siddharth throughout the tournament?
I think it's too late for Pahadi to come up on the MVP leaderboard. But as of now, I think Siddharth is unmovable from the top spot. In fact, he's going to have to go through the other members of TSG as well in order to climb up there. But if he can just make it into the top 5, I think I will be happy. We already saw an unexpected entry over here from PN Rose. We had KD God enter the top 5 just a few games ago. So yeah, I would be happy to see a couple of more players also get in the top 5 and, you know, start competing for that Predator title. But we'll take a look if that happens or not across the next few games. We're going to be jumping into the 5th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Next era should be up on your screens any second now. And we're going to be taking off over this beautiful, colorful map.
Absolutely. The map of, you know, I would still want my viewers to start predicting which are these maps, because it took time for me to learn this. Yes, Alpine just got over. I'll give you another clue on that as well. So this map is going to be easy for you guys to predict in the chat, but the flight path seems to be perfect for all these teams to respectfully go to their drop locations. But I believe that that's not going to be the case, and some early confrontation for sure is going to be visible. PFA versus PN Rose, not the first point of contact I was looking out for, but it seems like one of these teams are going to survive. And Shanky is already started to come into his shenanigans.
Yeah, and these shenanigans are up to no good. Lewis already out. He was the one who was majorly who was majorly responsible for PN Rose's success when they got that booyah.
Yeah.
But now he's been taken out first. Sahil exacts revenge by bringing down Hacker. But what is that shot? It's an instant trade from Shanky. No scope shoots him in the head. He manages to revive his teammate as well. But PN Rose are also not going to take it easy. They will respond in kind. They will knock down Abhijit and finish him off as well. Sahil is still on the ground. They're trying to res him. And as soon as Shanky goes to finish him off, KD God from above provides cover fire. What a way to save your knock teammate.
PN Rose, every single time a question has been put in front of them, they have the perfect answer. Look at that. They've already traded 2 players, and all 4 men are again back on their feet. This is a pressure which is going to mount over BFA. Black Flag Army. Hacker needs to fall back. Salu needs to revive his teammates. And it seems like one of them have already been revived, whereas the other one, the man disadvantage, needs to be taken away as well.
Yeah, the numbers disadvantage for now is going to hold back Black Flag Army. Sahil is trying to come in closer. He wants to finish off Hacker, who's inside that compound. So Sahil is going to try throwing some throwables at him. But elsewhere, we have another battle. It's Kar98 Army, who are also trying to get something done. Farhan just manages to escape. Black Flag Army and PN Rose, they continue fighting each other. And while that fight is going on, Black Flag Army, they have managed to revive 2 of their players as well. So now both these teams are on equal footing. It's a 3v4. Meanwhile, Kar98, they are a little unsure of whether they want to continue fighting or not. Swastik pops Windsmoke back into the game. And while Kar98 use that opportunity to revive their fallen teammate, HTG are going to make a move. They fly across towards the warehouse. But Peak taking a lot of damage mid-air. Farhan also trying to confirm those knocks. He gets Mokria. Almost a double. He almost had Lawyer as well, but Pratik will return fire and knock Farhan. He's out in the open, will be finished off. I don't think there's any chance for him to survive.
Oh, he can get revived, and that's the only hope. Whereas HTG, they're on a hunt. They want more eliminations, and they have an idea as to where the opponents are. And yes, Swastik, his location has got to be compromised. Darshan would have relayed the information already. And HTG, they're just allowing the opponents to get at a distance so that they'll need eliminations. And I really like that gameplay. Darshan with that vehicle. The best approach is to get down from a bridge. Is he prepared for what's going to happen next? Look at what's happening over here. Small party taking place on top of a tower. And this is going to be Binzet.
Yeah, they've got a nice little high ground advantage for themselves in the center of Intellect Center. Quite an intellectual high ground to hold. Big brain moves. But I'm worried about what's going to happen if they're forced to come down from here. Car 98 below them. And we just saw a few seconds ago Car 98 clash against HTG Esports as well. So this definitely must have attracted the attention of BinZ Gaming, because now they're looking in that direction. But since that fight, both the teams have recovered. Car 98 and HTG Esports have brought their players back on the ground. Elsewhere, you've got DCRNX going up against Total Gaming, and they catch Mafia away from his team. Insane will not be able to help out with the cover fire. Pahadi is also trying to take shots at them. So now Team Elite is trying to act as a third party. Team Elite are trying to steal some eliminations away. Oh! Pahadi's already got one, and he almost connects onto Arman. Wow! Through the glue wall, he found him, but all that damage won't be converted into a knock.
But a good sportsmanship being displayed over here. I really like the way Pahadi is again bringing back the aggression inside of him. Look at him. After turning off the lights, it seems like he's able to see more in the dark.
Yeah. And if he continues staying in the dark, he will plunge his opponents also into the darkness. Push them down into the abyss from where they will not be able to recover from. Assassin God now. These are two very important teams, Arka. Both of them are in the top 3. PN Rose and Assassin Army. This could be a detrimental fight for them both. If one of them ends up getting eliminated over here, the other one will be able to overtake them on the overall standings. And look at them. Take flight across. They get to Museum. At least 2 of them do. Uh-oh. One of them is stuck. Black is in the river. He's in deep water over here, and the Feet rushes across to get the knock onto him. Lovely use of the Tatsuya dash.
Tawfiq, how many times have you seen this player make an error in this game? I would say none. Every single time he has his eyes set on a player, he makes sure to put an end for them. And with an assaulter like that, I believe that Assassin Army need to make use of him more and more. Team Elite still on the receiving end of things, trying to do something different over here. Mr. J does take down a player, gets the confirmation immediately. 2 eliminations strong is what they're looking, but they see RNX, they're also team to be reckoned with, whereas Pahadi on the other side gets that confirmation immediately. The sniper talks yet again. As last 2 players, Mr. J, with all the information, wants Old Monk for a little bit of a backup out here. Now they're going to be rushing in against 2 players. If they put them down, Team Elite is going to be looking very strong in the overall standings.
Yeah, this is going to be a massive crunch that they will have to face. B and Rose eliminated very early in the game. The first ones to go down at the hands of the one team that can actually pose a threat to them. So in the overall standings, this is going to be very, very important to DCRNX. But now DCRNX are in a bit of trouble themselves. 2 of their players, Adeep and Donan Negi, in hot pursuit by Team Elite. And Pahadi finds him, jumps across the glue wall to get Adeep down, buried 6 feet under. And DCRNX have just 1 man standing now. Where's he gonna run? Can he even escape and get his teammates back? DCRNX will be in a lot of trouble if they get eliminated early on as well. That will mean 2 teams from the overall top 3 are out of this game. And that opens up the floodgates for TSG to take the 80-point marker first.
Absolutely. TSG, if given an opportunity, they're going to capitalize on that. And every other team knows the importance of this. So what are they going to do? They're just going to restrict the side of TSG to take any more points. And TSG, they're playing it clever. They do not want eliminations anymore. They want more of possession points. And once they understand that they are in the final circle with all 4 men, then the story's got to be different. I guess I've spoken to earlier. PBS versus the side of TSG takes place. Renty gets taken down, immediately gets confirmed, or almost gets confirmed, as more and more bodies fall around here. Nancy is trying to do his best to save their teammates. 1 revival comes through.
My God.
Renty back on his feet. Yogi is going to be there, but TSG seems like they're going to be eliminated with a lot of disappointments. Speaking about the floodgates being opened.
Yeah, but they have drowned.
Yeah, exactly.
The floodgates have actually just turned against him. 2 of the top 3 teams are out. PN Rose and TSG Army have been destroyed. DCRNX still survive, but by only 2 members. We almost had a situation where the top 3 teams were out of the running. And this would have been detrimental to everybody, because then more and more teams can get closer to the 80-point mark, which will turn this tournament even more interesting. And they died to PVS nonetheless. PVS was the team that nobody had any expectations from based on their performance in the knockout stages. But now, these guys are on fire. Oh my lord, the other rulers of the lobby are now sending in upon them. Assassin Army, the only credible threat remaining, now hunting down PVS. Prince, up close and personal, AWM shot, will get the knock onto Eco. He destroys the glue walls, trying to face the peak himself. Wraith turns around and gets the peak down. One more player coming up the stairs, but he will be blocked by the glue walls, and they manage to prevent the staircases from being traded out. Wraith will have to jump down. Eco and Aim God both are able to get one each, and PVS up at 5 eliminations. These guys have just completed a quadra takedown. Eco is on fire, and Team Assassin Army have to lick their wounds and escape from this area. They will just run away with 2 players alive, and that will be a massive blow to them.
Massive blow. And I hope they'll be able to recover. But PVS, the more they hold on to the ground, the more they'll be in deep troubles or deep waters, because once they step out of this location, everybody else they've been putting down right now knows their location, and they're going to be gate-kept royally. Yes, the position is going to be more important than anything else, but HTG on the other side, look at how from a distance they've started to make use of the snipers and getting those knocks, as well as converting those to eliminations as well. Thunder showing out his head, he's going to be punished, will be down on his knees as well.
Yeah, HTG, they're just trying to steal some finishes from long range. They know they can't afford to leave this compound, so they're just gonna hope for the best and try to get a couple of eliminations. But so far, they're only getting knocks. Nothing confirmed. On the other side of this house, we also have Car 98. And look at that, BinZ Gaming now trying to focus on them as well. They're just trying to focus on the team which is in the most amount of trouble, and so far that happens to be Car 98 and Total Gaming. Car 98 are being chased by Total Gaming. They're trying to run away and get some distance between them and hopefully find a safe spot. But Farhan will go down, and just like that, Car 98 army has been sniped out.
Mafia Bala, as soon as he comes back, the mindset of the team completely changes. He's going to make sure that the team is playing a little more aggressive than usual. Team Elite, the only other team who have a very good chance to be in the top 3 right now, are in deep troubles as BFA is trying to backstab them. 2 players somehow make it to hard covers as Party continues to show his brilliance with that sniper. Gets another confirmation as well, as Pahadi trying to do his best to survive. Will not only have to play for survival points, but also will have to revive his teammates. 3 players, all hale and healthy, now trying to take that rotation into the circle. Might walk into the crosshairs of HTG.
Yeah, and HTG are not gonna let you go. But so far, it's PVS Gaming who are putting the screws to everybody. Vasio gets the final shot, and Assassin Army are also out. The top 3 teams who were in the lobby have been kicked out of this game. This will stall the entire tournament, as the candidates who are most likely to get to the map win condition, the champion rush condition, are out. And the top teams have fallen. It's time for the undergods to rise.
Absolutely, Team Elite are going to be one of the prime contenders right now, looking at the overall standing. Right behind them is PVS, with just 6 points difference between themselves and Team Elite. So both these teams are having a ball of a time, to be frank. As Black Flag Army now, they are looking forward for one opening which they can capitalize on. Team Elite gets in closer. Are they prepared for this assault coming in from the side of HTG? It seems like they're having a little bit of an answer, but eventually going to be shut down, as the last man standing from the side of Team Elite will now try to race away from this position. Where is he heading? Is he still alive? Is he going to revive his teammates? Yes, it's going to be Pahadi. He's got 4 eliminations, 2 more, and then he's going to be placing on the top of the eliminations. Overall eliminations. But yes, PVS Yogi again coming back with some snipers, again picking up some eliminations.
Yeah, and HTG are really just making life living hell for BinZ Gaming. Even Black Flag Army are caught in this mess, but they have to deal with Team Elite first. HTG, they might enjoy the high ground advantage, but they also have to start moving into the zone. But their focus right now is on Total Gaming, and Total Gaming have been eliminated. Even BinZ and Vasio were trying to steal finishes away from them. So HTG, they feel scammed, they feel robbed. They did all the hard work, but the points go to someone else. BinZ Gaming are having a bit of a resurgence. They're getting so much done. They get 3 finishes onto Black Flag Army, and even they've been eliminated. HTG now have to respect BinZ Gaming. They were getting completely clobbered by every single team, but now all of a sudden they're a very prominent threat, and PBS have to deal with them. BinZ down to the last man. Yanarup will be finished off as well, and now finally BinZ are out, but not before they kick Team Elite out of the lobby as well. We are down to the last 3 teams. Skyesports have been in the center for very long, and they must convert this game for themselves. But they only have 3 eliminations. No matter what happens now, PBS and HTG both have had enough eliminations to make this game worthwhile for them. The undergods will be on the rise, and Vasio Esports must block their attempts to climb the top.
It's not going to be an easy task, Crips, as Vasio are now having a divided attention. Finally, they concentrate completely on the side of PBS, trying to push them a little bit closer towards the HTG Esports. That's going to be more important for them to do. Let's look at the way they're chasing away PBS. They're going to third party, that's for sure, but HTG is going to also think similarly, and now they're trying to chase around the side of Vasio Esports. And this is where the triple threat match is going to turn out to be more fatal for any team who are going to show their backs to the others. Vasio Esports, all of a sudden, are all, behind one vehicle.
And they're safe.
Yeah, and that's going to be important for them as HTG versus PBS takes off over here. Vasio Esports are just going to watch them in peace, and when the time is right, they're going to be striking hard.
Yeah, PBS Gaming, they're trying to go around the right-hand side of the circle, hoping to isolate this fight against HTG, but Vasio have fully recovered. They're trying to get towards the center yet again with the cover of that monster truck. Reiti connects onto Markria, and Eco going up close to finish him off as well. Reiti close in the distance. Plenty of glue walls away, but Reiti and Eco have been separated from Yogi. Yogi now says to his team, listen guys, Vasio Esports are pushing us from the other side. We need to finish off HTG now, otherwise we'll be sandwiched. And Reiti and Yogi respond in kind. They're going closer and closer towards HTG, towards their monster truck, hoping to finish them off while Yogi holds back Vasio Gaming from their backs. And Reiti is just trying his best to survive. He's done it. HTG are out. We are down to the final 2 teams. 3v4. It's PBS versus Vasio. And PBS, they're regrouped. They're hoping to make sure they're close enough to trade each other out if Vasio Gaming strikes. But Vasio Gaming have finished off Yogi. Kaushik finds him. Down to the last 2. Eco is the last man standing. Manages to get the knock onto Anshu, but Kaushik will trade him. And Vasio Esports come through with the clutch. They come through with the booyah.
A menace of a game in the final circle. I really love the way Team Vasio evaded from that fight. It's always important for you to run away from a fight. That doesn't make you a coward, but that makes you a very, very clever person in this game. Once you understand where to hide and how to take the fight, the rest of the things will fall in place. I really, really saw these 3 teams going behind one another, and the best part was Vasio took that chance of just staying away behind a vehicle. As PBS did try to do their best to take down the side of HTG, everything was looking fine for them until Vasio finally understood that it's time for us to strike. And the way they took down the opponents is also phenomenal. They took the strongest player first, and then they concentrate on the other 2.
Yeah, and Vasio Esports, I don't know how they managed to stay alive behind that tiny monster truck. I mean, it's such a tiny place that they're holding. All of them just covered behind that one little tire, and all of them hunkered in the same spot.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, they are able to not just find cover, but also find solace as nobody else is targeting them. PBS and HTG just instinctively gravitate towards each other, instinctively start fighting each other while completely and conveniently ignoring Vasio. And they take that chance. You give them a tiny lifeline, you give them an inch, they will take a mile away from you.
Absolutely, but this was one of the few moments we need to, break down, because at point we were able to see that Car 98 were having a ball of a moment. They did pick up some frags, and then all of a sudden, one after another, teams started to lose eliminations, started to lose players, and that paved way for teams like Vasio to actually make a comeback out here.
Yeah, that was insane, wasn't it? Let's take a look at the highlights as we witness the fall of almost every single top tier team. Every team that was in the top 3 was eliminated quite early on. And it's PVS Gaming who actually were the perpetrators of that fall. So many frags just awarded to them. And they reap all the rewards as well. PVS Gaming, they were responsible for weakening TSG Army. They were also responsible for fending off the full send from Assassin Army as well. Two top teams all clashed against a very unlikely contender. Both fell victim to their firepower. But in the end, they just got a little too distracted and couldn't close the game out.
Pahadi, even before he went down, the amount of eliminations he took as a solo man is really commendable. If I'm not wrong, you would have had around 6 to 7 eliminations solo, and that was more than enough with the amount of position points he bought in just to retain the spot in the overall standing. Yes, PVS, it was a valiant effort coming in from their side after taking down one team. They had no clue where Vasio was coming in from. They came in from 4 different directions. With a man disadvantage, they couldn't hold them off, and finally the team Vasio is going to be grabbing away the booyah. With that, the MVP for the team obviously is going to be Kaushik with 4 eliminations, and he did an ample amount of damage. Holding on to that nerve, holding on to that ground was more important, and then holding on to their nerves were also really important.
Yeah, holding on to those nerves, like you said, Arka, extremely essential, because in that kind of a situation, it's very easy to panic and just make mistakes. But they didn't just make mistakes, they forced the other teams to make mistakes. They forced the other teams to focus on each other rather than returning fire to them. And that is what gets them all the glory. It gets them the booyah. Amazing stuff from Vasio Esports, but I want to see how this affects the overall standings as well. Kaushik, the current MVP of this game, has 4 eliminations to his name. A very humble 1300 damage. I say humble because we've seen monstrous performances like 5,700 damage in a single game, which doesn't make sense to me. My mortal mind cannot comprehend it.
Absolutely.
And then you compare that to these numbers, which are just in triple digits, in just the upper hundreds. It doesn't make sense. How are Vasio Esports able to snag the booyah away with just 6 eliminations? I guess this is the perfect example of how a team should be playing when they have the champion rush condition activated, when they just want to ensure they get the booyah and nothing more.
I mean, they were at the 8th position before this game. They needed something like this. Now, this is not only going to be giving them a better position in the overall standing, but also boosting their confidence a bit more. PVS, on the other side, they wanted a good game. They had one with 14 eliminations, a total of 23 points. Vasio right behind them. And look at what has happened with HTG and Team Elite. Both of them are going to be sharing almost similar numbers, with the HTG having 15 as Team Elite will be taking 13 points for themselves, whereas Team Elite are going to be pretty happy with their IGL to pick up 7 eliminations alone.
Yeah, Team Elite, they are slowly but surely climbing up the rankings. PVS climbing rapidly up the rankings. I would not have expected this because PVS did not really perform well in the knockout stage. They barely made it to the finals. But now look at them. They're at the top. What a resurgence from them. The bottom of the knockout stage to the top of the grand finals, they are just 7 points away from activating the champion rush condition. P and Rose also at 71. This should have been a breakout game for them, but they got eliminated very early on. Team Elite in hot pursuit, just 1 point away from P and Rose. And TSG Army, we expected them to get to the champion rush condition by the 3rd game. But now look at them. 5 games down, they haven't even crossed 70. And even more below them are DCRNX and Black Flag Army, somewhere in the 50s. Assassin's Army, they've got only 50 points. They started with a head start of 10, which means today they've only earned 40 of them. All the expectations that we had from these teams, which were set up during the knockout stage, they have been subverted. Everything that you expected has been turned on its head, flipped on its heels, and now we are left looking stunned, surprised at what is going on.
Now, 3 teams are going to have only one thing in their mind. Just make sure you hit the 80-pointer. No need to go for big numbers. No need to, try to aim for that booyah. Always make sure that we hit that 80 number. And once we have got that 80-pointer, then we'll just try to target teams which are right behind us, so that it's going to be easy for us in the upcoming games to attain that booyah and take the championship for themselves. Nobody were prepared for P and Rose today. Let me remind you this. And
Yeah,
nobody were
nobody.
prepared for PVS Gaming. So these two teams taking advantage of the opponent's mindset of not being in anybody's mind, I believe is one of the best strategies you could have for a grand final like this.
Yeah, but at least with PVS Gaming, we had some sort of an expectation since in the pointer stage, they were able to get a tiny amount of advantage, right? They had some numbers as a head start, but now they are on the second spot and nobody thought of that. The 5 maps that were planned for have been done. The other 3 maps, which were supposed to be random, will be revealed one by one, and the 6th game is going to be Bermuda. Every team is comfortable with this, and P and Rose have already proven that they can hold peak and do really well in that area as well. Could this finally be the game that P and Rose use to catapult themselves to the top?
Now, I'll have to bring in one more team over here because the previous Bermuda being played, it was TSG Army who took away the Booyah, right? And they did everything right. Let it be taking those fights, taking the call as to which team to go in the final circle to take a fight, and then trying to hold off their ground, allowing the others to take those fights. So all these pointers were completely considered. So let's head into the map analysis to understand how actually TSG pulled this off. Now, these were the moments where we saw TSG just concentrating on PVS first because they understood that is where they need to target. Because on the other side, there was already a fight going on, and Total Gaming, they had a divided attention. They wanted to fight on both these fronts, but ultimately chose to fight towards Desi RNX because that is where they had more space and more aim against the side of DR. And once they understood there's a last team which is already injured, that is where they started to head in and completely concentrate towards the side of Desi RNX. That gave a lot of space for them, for the side of TSG and PVS to go elongate this fight. Even though more topography was in control of TSG as well as the ACRNX, it's just that the fight elongated so much between TSG and PVS that both these teams couldn't do much, especially with TSG taking down the complete side of PVS and the ACRNX amazing efforts of taking down the side of Total Gaming. TSG knew that now is their time to shine. They held on. They allowed the side of the ACRNX to come to the center of the map because they knew that the unity is their best strength. And when they understood that the opponents are walking into their trap one after another, they started to put them down. Ronnie Negi, from a distance, one of the best snipers, couldn't do anything much, all thanks to the glue walls around, which TSG slowly started to change their position, tried to get to the center of the circle, and when the iron was hot, struck so perfectly that they had the Booyah for themselves.
Amazing stuff from TSG Army. And this shows how good they are at not just winning their own fights, but also isolating gunfights from other teams and, flying under the radar, which they could not do in this game. They were shut down very promptly, even though they weren't involved in like a third-party situation or anything. They tried to full send it against... Could be. It could be pressure. It could be that PVS Gaming were like, yeah, you guys eliminated us in Bermuda and now we want revenge. So when TSG and Assassin Army, these guys, they clashed against PVS. PVS were able to wipe them both in next era as well. So basically, PVS Gaming exacted revenge for what happened to them in this particular game of Bermuda. But now that we have Bermuda coming up again, can they pull it off once more? We've already seen that TSG Gaming can race towards the finish with full throttle. Can anyone else keep up?
Now that's going to be a $1 million question if you ask me, Crips, because PVS, as you said, are just 7 points away. Now that's going to be enough to activate that, Champion Rush. Then you have P and Rose with just 9 points away. Team Elite, all these teams are actually calculating. They'll be jotting down numbers. They would have understood this. And just in case TSG Army do take away the Booyah, even they're going to be activating it. And with that, almost 4 to 5 teams are going to be coming in with that Champion Rush tag off. And then the next game is going to be so crucial for these teams because any team in the bottom of the table, they would want to stop these teams. And then the targets are going to be these big teams on the top.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's jump into Bermuda once again. I can't wait for this action to get started. Lane path, once again, similar. Starting off over Observatory, and we go all the way down towards Sentosa Island.
Now, this is where a huge splash of colors from the get-go itself. Look at that, Car 98, as well as Bin Z, both of them so close to one another. Katuletseva, completely TSG. And to the blue zone, we see two big names clashing it out, Vasio and PVS. The final two contenders of the last cycle in the previous game are now starting things off in this map of Bermuda. Nobody going towards the Cape Town region. Have I spoken too early? Yes. Two teams are heading out there. P and Rose trying to play it as safe as possible. The first blood being drawn by the side of Vasio shows that they are in for some action from the get-go, and they are wanting to hit that 80-pointer by the end of this game.
And this is going to be a big loss for PVS. After such a wonderful performance in the last game, they once again fall victim to Vasio Esports. 2 eliminations for them, and PVS are not going to be happy. We were building up the storyline that PVS Gaming have rivalry with TSG Army in the map of Bermuda, but the ghosts from their next era past, their fate against Vasio Esports, again is haunting them. And this time, they're on the verge of getting eliminated. TSG Army are also chasing them. Oh my god. This is the exact kind of revenge story that they write movies about, you know? PVS, they mess with the horns and now they get trampled. They had beef with both TSG Army and with Vasio. And now both these teams were working in unison to take them out.
TSG. I really like this approach coming in from TSG. They did lose out on their firepower in previous 2 games, and they're like, you know what? Our strongest forte is firepower. Why don't we go back to it? Legend trying to take away all the attention is where his opponent is going to come in from the backlines and going to strike, as Siddharth had an opportunity out there, but Legend gets taken down. Siddharth is going to be in deep trouble. His location obviously is going to be compromised, as Gyan Aru will try to do his best. And guess what? Legend is going to be immediately revived. Ayush is also going to be immediately revived. Krish, who went in for the battle, is also giving away eliminations. Siddharth is trying to do his best. He also gets taken down. Oh my goodness. One after another, this team seems to be crumbling down just like a cookie.
Yeah, and this is not the kind of cookie you would want to eat, Arka. You make it sound tasty, but my goodness, Legend and Ayush scrambling for cover, scrambling to keep their lives with them, to keep their hearts beating. Ayush will be able to pop Siddharth back. Now, TSG, at least they're not fully eliminated yet, and yeah, Legend will be able to pop Krishan back as well. So TSG will land again in Bhima Sakti Strip. But elsewhere, you've got ACRNX facing HTG Esports. HTG have already lost 2 of their members. And back in Cape Town, we already anticipated this fight. It's Team Elite versus Assassin Army, and this also is in full swing.
Team Elite, 9 points. No, 10 points is what they need. And they need to be careful. Total Gaming, whereas Total Gaming are on the disappointing side of this overall standing. Just 39 points so far, and they'll need 2 big games. 2 big games. And amongst which they'll have to end both of them with the Booyah. And that's when they'll have an opportunity. Assassin Army have understood that they need to take down Team Elite, and that's why they're trying to push as fast as possible against them. As the Team Elite are trying to run away from this position. Duffy gets taken down. Jay is doing everything perfectly. Ulmong from a distance is going to give the right kind of backup. Duffy out of this equation. Prince is now going in for the revival. Or probably Prince is going to get revived, as Mr. J's location is going to be compromised by Honey. Party comes in from the other angle. Look at how Team Elite is playing this around. Perfect placement, perfect gameplay coming in from their side. All 4 players are in equal unison. And I believe they can extend this fight even more to make sure they reap the most benefit out of it.
Yeah, but will the Reaper swing his nightmare sight? Will he be able to pull off this fight? Prince, he's got his opponent cornered. Pahadi now getting fully pushed by Dafiq, and Dafiq will be able to kill him with just a pistol. And now it's just Old Monk in his stupor on the high ground, trying to get away. Meanwhile, Assassin Army, they find Mr. Jai. Mr. Jai is able to pump them again. This is a whole different fight, and Old Monk will really have to just cower and somehow save Zap. But will Zap even land in this spot? I think he's already on his way away from Cape Town. So it's just Old Monk left, and he's scrambling for cover. He's getting shot from both the sides, and Prince finally puts him out of his misery.
No matter how many times Team Elite were able to put down Assassin Army, they could just register one elimination only. Whereas on the other side, it seems like Desi RNX are now coming way too close to comfort against the side of Team P and Rose. KD God getting taken down. Again, the strongest link is out of this game. And they realize it as they're going to be falling back to go in for the revival. Lewis is going to be taking that opportunity to do so. But immediately he's got to be, punished for doing so. His location is going to be compromised. Adib is getting in closer with the shotgun. If we register this, then P and Rose is going to be in deep trouble. He's trying to do his best. Moves around. Does register that as well. As it's going to be Desi RNX making P and Rose pay heavily out here. P and Rose, one last person standing, and that person is going to be hunted down by these 4 lone wolves. Sahil trying to run away is going to be compromised. Sahil shots are going to be taken, again using that horizon to run away from this position. P and Rose, 7 points is what they needed, and it seems like they're going to end up with 0 in this game.
Sahil trying to scale up that hill, but Desi RNX are going to fetch this frag. Can he make it? No glue walls, no meds, nothing to work with. P and Rose are out. They're the first team to fall. And just 6 minutes in, Desi RNX have 10 eliminations? Okay then. We gotta be on the lookout for a new contender now, Arka.
Absolutely agreed. 55 points is what they had before this game. And in case they need to catch up to the others, they'll need another 25 points to hit that 80-pointer. Just imagine if Desi RNX suddenly out of nowhere achieve the 25 points and they'll activate the champion rush. Oh my goodness. How many teams are going to be in the race? Yes, Assassin Army, they are also in the race. Let me remind you that 50 points is what they've got so far, and 30 point is not, a tough job. Team Elite slowly reviving their teammates is another ray of hope for their fans that they might end up activating that champion rush as well, because they've already got 2 to 3 points. Wait, they've just got 1 point so far, and they'll need 9 more to actually activate their champion rush.
Yeah, they need 9 more. I believe PVS Gaming also require like around 7, but PVS Gaming haven't picked up any more fights.
Yeah.
So every other team is just gonna use this to hopefully get themselves to the champion rush condition. There's 3 potential candidates that can actually pull this off, and out of those 3, Desi RNX is not one of them. Desi RNX, they were somewhere in the 50s, and even with 10 points, they will not be able to get up to the champion rush condition. But PVS now, they clash against Desi RNX, and if they get eliminated over here, all the other teams can zoom past them.
PVS. Sometimes I feel PVS strategy might backfire. They always tend to hold the center of the circle. They try to play it safe and only take the fights in the final moments of the game. But this time around, they're going to be pushed at because several teams will look forward for something similar. And Desi RNX, if they've used the binoculars, then they would know that there's a team right in front of them. And that's why Arman is trying to take a very high ground for himself. Look at what's happening. BFA trying to use that mini launchers, and now in deep troubles as Legend is trying to land some shots. Won't be getting much as Siddharth is going to be losing all that opportunity which was in front of him. I would rather call it golden opportunity, because he was the only man in his team where they could have relied on to connect any of those shots.
Yeah, I was actually very scared for them, because Bin Z Gaming have been eliminated mid-air before. Yeah. And I was like, oh god, this is going to happen again. So yeah, reasonably I was scared for them. They've been plucked off mid-air before, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're subject to that same fate once again. But take a look at this. Desi RNX have such a lovely high ground on top of this silo. And they should be able to look at the entire lobby from this one. At this point, you gotta start wondering what's the max render distance of this game. How far can they actually see?
I mean, if they can see beyond the glitch, then it's going to be a treat for their eyes. But yes, not much of a horizon in front of them, so they might have eyes on any team who make it out in the open. But a lot of, hard cover here and there, so it's not going to be easy for them to detect them all. But Total Gaming still on the receiving end of things as Mafia Bala is trying to run for his life. Eventually gets taken down and gets finished off almost, all thanks to the zone as well.
Black Flag Army now under this bridge. How will they get inside? Binzed once again using the mini launchers, trying to get towards the center of the circle as they were on the edge. They escape the Pochinok urban region and they make their way up towards Mars Electric. So while Binzed have finished using their launchers, even Team Total Gaming will try to go in for this, but TSG can't do it yet. TSG are locked in a battle and they're trying to hunt down a rat who's been haunting them since quite a long time, and the peak will finally be found. Assassin Army versus TSG. The clash of the Titans is now in full swing. BVS, they are trying to third party on this as well, but Assassin Army have to deal with this fight as quickly as possible. They lose Prince, the king has fallen, and now it's just Aim God praying to his gods to keep himself alive, but he will fall. And the gods won't answer his prayer today. Assassin Army are out yet again at a very early spot. Man, it's like a curse. The moment you get to the top, you start falling again and again. And once again, some of the top teams, Assassin Army, PN Rose, some of the most likely contenders to get the Champion Rush condition activated, have been taken down.
TSG, they needed 11 points to activate that rush, Champion Rush. And now, it seems like they've got ample amount of points to convert this to a Booyah. In case they do convert it, the next game itself is going to be a Champion Rush game. PBS also trying to replicate the same. Total Gaming and Vasio now coming back to their senses slowly. Try to hold the center of the circle rather than taking fights from the corners. Kaushik taking advantage of his position, but Ronnie Negi on the other side is going to make pays as one after another. He's going to be connecting those shots. Hacker, all he can do is loot his teammate. Now all these players from the side of Daisy RNX have got a lot of eliminations right in front of them. Hacker gets taken down, Adib, and then Ronnie Negi is going to be confirming that as well. There's going to be another player in the car. He's also going to get taken down. Salu, the last man standing. Shots have been going against him. The Chrono Shield, for how long can it hold off? I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them to hold that position as it's going to be candle burning on both sides. Ronnie Negi still waiting for an opportunity out here. FLGs would have done the job, but since they don't have much, they're just waiting for the opponents to come out in the open. Avjit gets eliminated from the zone, and with that, I believe another team gets eliminated from the lobby.
Yeah, but I don't think the FLGs would have done much over here. They see RNX, they're like a fat kid at the buffet. They are shooting at every single moving target, and everyone's been served to them on a silver platter. Instantly get Adib back up, use the heal guns to get him, and now they're raining fire upon Car 98. Bullets raining from the skies. At the same time, you got Total Gaming in front of you, trying to take shots as well. Car 98's up so much heat. They've been burned alive. And even Black Flag Army, surprisingly, in all of this, have survived. One player for that team. It's ratting somewhere over here. His life has been spared for now as they see RNX find more lucrative targets.
They see RNX. They've got 17 eliminations, and they're here to make a statement. Increase the amount of eliminations as they're going to be raking up some more. TSG on the other side is also trying to catch up with 9 points already in their name, and they're also looking forward for one of the best finishes they wanted in this game. PBS, Binzed, we have Daisy, we have Vasio as well as Total Gaming. All these teams, important game for them. Legend gets taken down, immediate confirmation comes in, and slowly TSG Army are on the receiving end of things as Daisy Army are trying to do their best. HTG gets eliminated from this lobby, paves way for the side of TSG to somehow make it across and get into cover.
Yeah, but TSG were facing fire from both BVS and Binzed. Surprisingly, they don't give away points to any of them. It's Team Elite who steal the finishes, and even Vasio Gaming want a piece of the pie. BVS did such an amazing job keeping TSG away from this area, but they've been afforded nothing. Robbed in broad daylight. They have 0 points to their name.
Daisy Army, oh my god, Daisy RNX. I don't know what's happening with them. I feel that now they'll have to jump down to their death. They have nothing else to do. How much more can they rake up being on top of that building? Is the circle still favoring them? I don't think so. But yes, Daisy RNX have already got 18 eliminations. 55 points is what we saw them last. So just imagine if they're able to put 20 eliminations from here, and then the additional position points is going to be more than enough for them to activate the Champion Rush. Team Elite on the other side, Even they wanted some 10 points. They've already got 3 eliminations. Some more position points following that up as well. So another team very, very close to activating that, champion rush. So things are getting very interesting over here, Cribs. Let's see which among these teams are going to activate the champion rush.
Black Flag Army eliminated Team Elite are being gate-kept by Total Gaming and Total Gaming Mafia. He gets the frag onto Old Monk. He just makes sure that nobody from Desi RNX can steal that frag. But look at the nades. It's long-range artillery. Binzed also clash against PVS, and that is going to be a fight for the decades. Vasio, now their attention is divided into 2 different places. One of them is Total Gaming, and they're going to subject them to so many throwables. And Vasio Gaming are at the same time trying to go towards the center of the circle where Desi RNX can't shoot at them. They finally crumble. The pressure from the high ground will haunt Vasio Esports no more, and they can continue fighting on the front foot. PVS, who were at 0 at one point, now have the containers to themselves as they can shoot at both Vasio as well as Total Gaming. They will be able to rack up so many finish points. I think PVS Gaming must have definitely activated the champion rush condition already, and they should be able to finish off the tournament soon enough. But not if Vasio Esports steal this Booyah away from them. Monish has been brought back online. So many revivals coming through. Total Gaming will fall under the pressure, and Nancy with the triple will put them down. PVS up at 10 points. Kaushik, his feet exposed, hides behind the tire, puts up a glue wall. But now, take a look at the spread that PVS have. They are putting pressure on both Team Elite as well as Vasio.
Team Elite needed 10 points. And see what they've done. They know that the #2 position might also activate their champion rush. And that's what they're trying to do, trying to be safe. Predator. Now my enemy's enemy is going to be my friend. Both Vasio Esports and Team Elite, both will have to come together to take down PVS, and then they'll have an opportunity over here. Yes, Team Elite trying to play it safe, a 3v4 situation favoring the side of PVS. But Team Elite, for how long can they hold that position? And how many glue walls have they got as they'll have to make it inside the circle? PVS.
Calm before the storm.
Absolutely, Clips. Absolutely.
Difficult situation, right? Because it's so in the open. There's no cover at all. Except for that one broken down monster truck and that one cell phone tower. There's nothing to work with. At least PVS have some cover, right? They've got the beams of the silo. They've got the containers to themselves. But even then, that's not going to be enough.
Team Elite, they're going to come out in the open. Mr. J is going to get taken down and immediately almost gets confirmed. No, the revival will be coming through. Again, 3 men standing. No, Jay gets confirmed. Now Pahadi, he'll have to come out in the open. Treatment gun is going to be in the hands of both of them. They know the importance of healing one another every single time they get tagged out. SPVS is going to be rushing in against the side of Team Elite. They're going to be trying to do their best, but no, they're going to be shut down. And then Vasio Esports is going to be the next team under their crosshair. SPVS are looking impossible over here. Vasio are trying to do their best. Shots are going to be connected from every different angle as Vasio are trying to breathe air amongst all these fights.
Oh my God.
Is going to be Eco getting that booyah in style. PBS done everything right with this, ladies and gentlemen. The first team to activate that champion rush is going to be PBS Gaming. They have to be the fan favorites as of now to get this championship for themselves, especially the composure they've shown in this game. What a gameplay coming in from their side.
What a gameplay indeed. These guys were under so much pressure, right? You've got Desi RNX above them who were stealing all their finishes. I mean, PBS Gaming did such a difficult job of breaking down DSG and they didn't even get rewarded for it. Enraged by the robbery, they destroy the rest of the lobby. 14 finishes in the last 6 minutes of the game by PBS Gaming. That is just insane. And they beat Vasio Esports down to a pulp with their pans. My God, that's a statement. That's not just a booyah, that's a statement. That's a declaration of war.
Speak about declaration of war. I believe that now Vasio are just going to be the path of redemption. They do want to answer back to PVS. Imagine if Vasio goes in and eliminates PVS at the get-go of the next map itself. How things are going to be different. But with this, how many teams have actually activated their champion rush? Because there were several teams, right? We saw TSG had a good run. Team Elite had a good run. We had PVS who had a good run. Desi RNX did 20 eliminations in this game. Let's not forget that. Yeah, so they might be very, very close to activated. But in case they've also activated this champion rush, then we're going to have more than 4 teams out there. But we'll be reliving the moment of this map because a lot of it were worth watching twice and thrice.
Assassin Army, take a look at this. So isolated, so calm. Unlike the chaos that ensued towards the end game, this fight seems like a cakewalk. Desi RNX, they had activated their finish spree since the get-go, right? Before they even got up on top of the silo in Mars Electric, they had like some 8 finishes to their name. They finished off P and Rose. Even TSG were doing really well. They had the entirety of Pochinok under their control. But as they tried to leave Pochinok and come in towards Mars Electric, PVS, Desi RNX and Binzed, all 3 focus on TSG and eliminate them. And then this high ground that Desi RNX were enjoying, God, they were feasting on every single team. Sure, they lost a couple of players, a couple of them were knocked, but with that high ground advantage, you can easily pick your players back up. So Desi RNX, the only reason they lost that fight towards the end was that they can't drop down and because the zone pushed them out. And PVS were enraged, right? Because there was a point when they were doing so much damage, but they were getting no eliminations. All their eliminations were getting stolen from them. Yeah. And then they were like, screw it. Everybody else who's alive, we will destroy them. 16 finishes to them as well. I think majority of this lobby was wiped out by the top 3 teams.
PVS, Nancy. We were speaking about this player in the initial stages of this tournament. He's capable of doing wonders if given that proper opportunity. And this was the map which was written for him, especially in the final moments. Imagine if the team could rake up 14 eliminations in the last few minutes and a single man has done 50% of the job. Shows that composure, shows that opportunity given to this man is an hungry wolf to chew the biggest chunk of that meat.
12 points with the Booyah, 6 points from Nancy alone, 16 in total. Now I'm just starting to wonder what would have happened if this champion rush condition was activated in the previous game. Like, they didn't win the Booyah, they got second place, and that's why a few points were stolen away from them. But if they managed to activate that champion rush condition in the previous game itself, by just, covering that 7-point deficit, and then they get the Booyah now, this tournament would have been over already.
Exactly, that's my point. But ultimately, it all comes down to the team which actually does do everything right at the given point of time. It's not about that you have to do right. You have a strategy which is going to work out throughout the game. It's just that you have the right call at the right time, and then you place yourself at the right corners and everything will fall in place. PVS have shown us some brilliance, but after this is where the overall standings or the match standings is going to be visible for us, in which we'll have a better view. The ACRNX 24 points. I believe they needed 25 to activate the champion rush, and they might end up. I'm not sure. I'm trying to predict out here. TSG Army and as well as Team Elite might have activated. So we'll have to see how many teams have got that opportunity. Total Gaming, a decent game. Vasio, decent game. If they had this average from the beginning, probably they would have been worth the praises which they are worthy of it right now. But P and Rose, look at the way they have come to a standstill. The opponents have put a huge wall in front of them, telling them enough is enough.
Yeah, man. P and Rose were at the number 1 spot at the end of the second game after they got that Booyah. And even after they got eliminated early in game 3, they were still at the top. And now look at them. 2 back-to-back bad games and they're going to be plummeting down. Even Car 98 Army, there was a point where I was believing in their comeback, but now all the hopes are tossed out of the window. Assassin's Army, what happened to them? They had so much advantage. 10 points awarded to them for free because they performed so well in the previous stage of the tournament. And they were at 50 points before this. Now only 5 more. They will still need 1 more game to activate the champion rush condition. So they're not even close. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure there's going to be at least 3 teams with the active champion rush condition. PVS, my goodness. I mean, I think these guys might be closer to the century mark rather than just the champion rush condition. So let's take a look at what's happening. Overall standings will be in front of your screens now. PVS, 100 points for them. Indeed, they have made the century over here. TSG Army and Team Elite, Both of them tied at 81 points. And they see RNX. Man, Arka, you were right. One more finish, man. One more finish, and they too would have had activated the champion rush condition. The next map could be the last game of this tournament. If PVS, TSG, or Team Elite, if any of these three teams win the next game, they win the tournament.
That's the most important part. Which among these teams are going to be targeted from the teams in the bottom? Because Car98, HTG and Benzidan, these three teams have nothing to lose. They need to get a big name for themselves. So what they're going to do is now they're going to target the teams on the top. And all of a sudden, there have been some changes when it comes to the elimination leader. Siddharth is going to be stepping back as his friend Krish is going to be taking the top spot. They're not going to be disappointed with that. But who's catching up very closely is going to be Pahari from Team Elite. 60 eliminations already from this sniper, and look at that damage. It's going to speak for itself as 44,004 damage coming in from his side, and he's going to be the man who's doing the talking with this gun.
Pahari leading by example. Yeah, I mean, we were discussing whether or not he can get into the top 5. Now he's firmly cemented in the top 3.
Yeah.
And he's very, very close to overthrowing Siddharth. Siddharth has been sitting on top of that throne merrily, guarded by 2 of his own teammates who are in the top 5. But now Pahari is gunning for the throne. He's going to climb that hill. And just like his name suggests, Pahari, he's going to make sure that he is the king of this hill.
Absolutely. The sniper god, or the god of sniper, whatever you call him, right now needs to also think about his teammates as well, because it's all about that team game which is going to give them a chance. Yes, looking at them also activating the champion rush right now, and now things are going to be so different. The gameplay which they're going to bring in now is going to be very, very similar to that of PVS, and I believe that PVS from here on is just going to play it as safe as possible, because PVS, Team Elite and Team TSG Army, all three of them trying to play to the center of the circle, trying to survive into the final moments of the game is going to be their top priority, and the Booyah obviously is going to follow up after that.
Yeah, the playstyle for all these three teams will change, but will they be able to finish it off in one game, or will we go the distance? Find out after a short break. ladies and gentlemen, this tournament is getting intense. Welcome back after the break to Skyesports Pro League Free Fire Max 2025. And I love the format of this tournament. Right now, there's 3 teams who have the potential to end the tournament in just one game. If they don't end it, we can go the distance, and at the end of the 8th game of the day, we can still crown the champions the regular old way, by measuring their points. If that happens, then obviously we will have a champion. But if a team ends it now, we will have the first Champion Rush team being crowned as the champion. Tanya, you've been watching this game from the sidelines. What do you feel about this?
First of all, the most entertaining part of the day was a player from PVS Gaming used the pan to end the battle and win that particular booyah. But now this is a time where Vasio Esports will rise and shine. They are the players who are not playing for top 3, but they are not even going to allow any of the 3 teams to take away the booyah. If I had to predict which team takes away the booyah, we are going for the 8th map of Crips. Be ready for the same. It's going to be Vasio Esports because they are the only team who can take away the booyah, who can snatch away the booyah just barely by surviving and existing.
Yeah, we've already seen them do that previously. They had a day when they had like 3 booyahs, and even today they had one of those games where they were able to get the booyah with like just 6 finishes, 6 or maybe 8 finishes, right? They are able to just calm themselves down and stay composed in the best possible spots. So yeah, they have a very high chance of ending this game unless they get targeted and hunted down like a pack of dogs at the start of the game.
Well, talking about targeted, I believe Team TSG, Team PVS, and Team Elite, they are the ones to be targeted. And which is next map? Now, that stands a stronger question because if at all it comes to Bermuda, anybody can win it. But if it is some other map, let's see who is comfortable with what. Because we are going to jump in towards knowing about which is going to be the 7th map. And this is for the first time in Grand Finals. We are going to have 7th map. And it is the map. It is the map
Of Kalahari. Sheesh! This is gonna be super interesting. Team Elite have won the previous game of Kalahari today. And Kalahari is one of those maps where even if you have the best position, you are not guaranteed the booyah. So all these teams will have to put their best foot forward.
Well,
It's gonna be an extremely difficult game now.
Crips, it is Kalahari, and the Team Elite already won one of the booyahs in Kalahari, and Pahari with his snipers is one of the deadliest combo. Kalahari, Pahari, and sniper. I mean, he can convert booyah any way around. And let's jump into the Kalahari map analysis. How Team Elite won the booyah, and will they be able to get one again? On the edge of the circle, they had Team Elite, Team TSG. TSG's last man, they were trying to just exist, and Team Elite wouldn't allow anybody to just exist around them. Whereas Team PVS and WinZ Gaming, they had their own battle fighting. There were 2 circles differently created, where Team Elite was now separated with other 2 teams. Top 3 were already decided, where Mr. Jay had change of heart. He did not just want to survive, he wanted to rush in with the shotgun in his hand. He was able to take down 2 players already, and Nancy was the last one standing, where he managed to take down 1 or 2 knocks. But then Team Elite definitely had better plans there, and they took away the booyah. Now this all happened on the grounds of command post, so the circle should also be helpful. I mean, you very well know Crips circle never helps anyone really.
Yeah, it really doesn't. But this time, Team Elite, they had just a tiny wall of the command post which they used for themselves. I mean, I don't even know if it's possible for all 4 players to fit inside that tiny corner. But we've seen crazier things happen. So they use that for themselves. They eliminate PVS. They make sure that all their fights are isolated. And once again, PVS were robbed of the title. So PVS, while they had a chance to win the booyah, they will be extremely mad that Team Elite stole that chance away from them. So I think it's going to be a nice little rematch if we get to see Team Elite versus PVS again.
Well, we also have TSG in the mix. I believe Crips, they are also not going to go anything let loose. And if I had to read TSG without any pressure of winning the booyah at any cost, they are not going to pause at all. They are an aggressive team, and they tend to have that early on fights, and they win the duels. Somehow they manage to win those duels. So I believe TSG should be able to survive until top 5 for sure. And then it is upon the help of circles, or maybe upon the help of their own predictions or rotations, if they're going to survive furthermore. But TSG is not going to go patient at all. They are going to go as aggressive as ever they have been.
So, while you expect PVS to continue playing aggressively, do you think other two teams like Vasio and Team Elite, do you think PVS Gaming and TSG, do you think all of them will play aggressively, or will at least some of them step down and simmer down?
Team Vasio will only play passively to earn the booyah. They wouldn't want to give away the title immediately. So if I had to name one team that would go passive, it is Team Vasio. TSG will go aggressive. Ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, we are all set because all players are ready, boarded in flight. Flight path will come on our screen. This is going to be the 7th map for Skyesports Pro League Free Fire Max. Flight path being very supportive, and look at the Stone Bridge area. PN Rose already taking a leap, and Santa Catarina, well, the Pirates are already reaching there. It is Team Total Gaming.
Yeah, Total Gaming, the Pirates. Love that analogy. Going towards the broken ship. P and Rose land towards Stone Ridge, the high tier loot zone. Assassin Army take control over command post. DCRNX centrally positioned in refinery. No early clashes over there. TSG also uncontested in the maze. HTG are spreading out. One player in Oldhampton, the other one in Shrine. They might just end up losing their lives to Car 98. But none of these teams have the champion rush pressure on them, so this should be a fairly inconsequential fight for everybody else. For Car 98, they just need to make sure they don't get eliminated early. And if they survive just long enough, they will have enough points to activate a champion rush condition for themselves as well. They missed it by like 1 point.
HTG, they got 1 elimination point, but now they are also struggling to survive. Farhan going all blazing in, getting 2 eliminations on his name, 1 knock. Okay, there are 2 eliminations of 2 different players, and now 3 eliminations altogether. 2 players intact on the grounds of Shrine, vending machine nearby. Players will be revived immediately, and that was a quick fight. Though one of the players managed to escape, and other one revived immediately. Team HTG Esports will survive. It like we are almost towards ending the tournament, and nobody wants to get eliminated. Everybody wants to be pictured in the movie of Skyesports Pro League tournament, and I'm very sure that they will survive. It's going to be the toughest game of survival by far. Even Crips, if I asked you to predict until Circle 6, how many teams do you expect to see?
I think 7 teams is a decent number, just like half the teams will stay alive up until that circle. Now, whether or not any of these champion rush conditional teams will be alive at that time or not, that's a different question entirely. And take a look at PVS. They're already getting pressured by Total Gaming. Delete. That nade could have been devastating. Fozzy Ajay plugs Insane back, brings him back. Mafia is down. And Yogi, he's not gonna let anybody get in his way. PVS Gaming want this booyah one way or the other, and they will not let anyone thwart their attempts at success. Delete will be taken down by Yogi. And just like that, PVS are up at 3 eliminations. But these numbers, these eliminations, they mean nothing to them. They're vanity metrics. They just want to repel Total Gaming away back into Santa Catarina so that they don't get contested.
3 teams waiting to get crowned, and it is PVS Gaming who is hesitant to pick up any fight. They are like very strong, sure enough. But let's talk about Team PN Rose. Total Gaming struggling literally very hard. Sure, they are being revived over and over time. Now this is the time where last man is standing. Black heading towards vending machine to upgrade any resources, utilities. Talking about PVS. The fearless team. Actually, they should be fearing about not indulging themselves in any fight, but they are surely fearless. They are ready to go all blazing in to get those elimination points. If at all they head in towards the 8th map, this is going to bring in some good advantage. But early elimination also might end up in winning no title for them.
Car 98 in a bit of danger. HTG are going full swing at them. Swastik pumps Mockery as guns full on net. Firstly tries to get in, and no! Car 98 army, they will not survive. HTG, they have left unscathed from this battle. 6 eliminations. And somehow in all of this, all the champion rush condition teams are also pretty damn safe. TSG are on the horizon. Do they push in? If this was any other game, I'm pretty sure TSG would have third-partied already. But now, they're going to keep calm. They're going to stay composed.
And Team Total Gaming gets eliminated by BFA. They had a struggling start and they end up very early on as well. Two teams eliminated. Total Gaming ends up with 0 points because at 11th position you do not even get any placement points. The scatter did not work well for them and they were pinned down player by player. Talking about Black Flag Army, they are also picking up fights, but it is Assassin Armies bulldozing PN Rose here. Player by player, they are pushing in, getting good elimination points. But thanks to the split of 1:3, last man will survive to again resurrect the team lead.
Well, Assassin Army should be able to keep themselves safe for now. Even though they're awfully close to activating the champion rush condition, they can't win the tournament just yet. PBS, Team Elite. Oh boy, look at these three teams, even TSG. Okay, TSG are still far away, but Team Elite and PBS are right next to each other. Two very high profile neighbors, two teams who can end the tournament by just winning right here and now. And they're clashing against each other? Oh boy, this is a massive risk for both of them. I can't imagine this going well for either team.
Team Elite realizing the threat being extremely crucial, they are moving out of sight. They do not wish to continue to fight, and I believe they are still on the verge of predicting a better zone, better compound. TSG is also joining in the mix. Now it is all about PVS, TSG, and TE. Any one of which can take away the title, all three having the champion rush activated, and all three up against each other, denying any sort of fight, denying any sort of connections. They are trying to be as passive as possible. Now, this is not Team TSG that we have spotted all throughout the tournament. Team Elite hesitant to even show the pixel of their skin to not get eliminated, not even by a single number. Now, that is some sort of different era that we are witnessing, and this is for the first time ever.
Yeah, this is the first time ever that all of these teams are going to play so passively. Uh-oh. I don't like this, Tanya. TSG are landing in between both these teams. All the three champion rush contested teams, they're so close to each other. Yeah, they use the binoculars. Sure, they can find out there's enemies next to them, but the binoculars won't tell you exactly which team it is. They definitely won't tell you that the team that's next to you is up for championship. Like, God, the tension is just so palpable right now. And these players have no idea. They know this team's next to you, but they don't know which team it is. So while we can see what's happening, these players are oblivious. For now, they are just blips on their radar.
One team will get snatched of their opportunity of winning away the title, and the most fearless team that PVS right now, it is PVS. They're not hesitant to take away the scout round. You just spotted one of the players jump out of the balcony to get the information about Binz team, about one of the team. Obviously they do not know the team, about which team is it going to be, but it is Binz nearby, and now they see RNX coming in the mix to spoil the game for Team TSG. Now this is exactly what we were talking about. When you can't make it, you break it. Now who's going to break whom? Assassin Army. Well, they survive, but PVS will break the existence of Binz Gaming.
Yeah, Binz Gaming, they decided to push their luck. They decided to push PVS, and they were like, yeah, maybe we can take out some of the best teams in the lobby right now. Maybe extend this game by one more match. Buy ourselves some time to, get up close to the champion rush condition and somehow make it through. But that's not going to happen. PVS hold their ground. 8 eliminations for them. Meanwhile, Assassin Army must have finally done enough. But oh my god, Honey! He's Spider-Man! Goes up and gets shot down by Predator. You can't scale these heights as easily as you think. Koshek also climbs onto the other tower of this command post. I'm sorry, not the command post area. They also climb the other tower, but HTG at the bottom are also present, and even a couple of players of Vasio Gaming are over here. This is a very messy, very awkward third-party affair, and I don't think any of these teams will be in a good spot after this.
Assassin Army, 7 eliminations, 3 players, HTG, both of them have got nothing to lose, but some elimination points to be earned. Vasio Esports as well in the mix. Where are the 3 teams who are supposedly to be crowned if they end up winning the Booyah? Dafik running up in the open. Darshan gets his eyes, connects one shot, but misses it with a huge margin. He couldn't connect the headshot, sure. due to which the Dafik survives. They've got the cover of the tents, healing themselves up. But Prince, now this is the fight of sniper that I always enjoy watching. Pahadi against Prince. This time Pahadi rules it better, and last man has been pushed from Assassin Army via HTG. HTG wins this duel with 9 elimination points.
Assassin Army, Car 98 Army out of this game. For Car 98, the hopes are dwindling. For Assassin Army, I'm not sure if they've done enough to activate the champion rush condition for themselves. They will get, like, I think 2 points out of the placements, and then 7 points for their eliminations. I don't know if that's enough for them to activate the champion rush condition for the last game, but Vasio Esports at least should be able to keep themselves going for the time being. They've been able to resurrect 2 of their players again. That being said, PVS Gaming, surprisingly, they've been involved in way more fights than I thought they would have been. And this is through no fault of their own. They were not the ones to initiate these battles, but they were able to hold their ground. And this is important for a team that has to hold their ground and keep themselves alive up until the end. Even TSG are taking some pot shots. They get one more finish onto Vasio Esports. Again, these eliminations mean nothing to this team right now.
It's all about no eliminations. It's fine. We want to win the Booyah. That is exactly what they're looking forward to. Team PVS Gaming are literally built with iron hearts. I don't know how they managed to push against WinZ in the open grounds and win that duel. They were pushed against one more team. They won that duel. They are going very fearless now. That can end up being in a risky spot. Team Elite entering the grounds. Pahadi being able to shut down Predator through this watchtower. A perfect position, but they're still not in the safe zone. They have to make a move. Sure, 2 players, they've managed to sneak through in the safe zone, so it's fine as long as Pahadi and Zap are going to get some good shots through their snipers.
Good shots indeed. But now the circle will continue shrinking. At this point, it's going to be quite difficult for these teams to find some place to call home. Team Elite, at least they have some cover for themselves. One little piece of hut. I call it piece because you can't even get inside this thing. They have the arsenal for themselves. Good enough for now. But what's going to happen when Vasio Esports and HTG come clashing into you from outside the zone? It's going to be quite a difficult affair to hold on to. And they spot HTG. Bahari taking some shots. The more easily you clear out your backlines, the less danger you will have in the next zone when you're forced to go in. Even PVS will have to abandon their compound. The next circle has revealed itself. And this is going to be quite interesting because the only team that's in the zone right now with quite a lot of area to their name is PVS. They control the ship. They control Santa Catrina. And they've got the highest chance of winning the Booyah right now. Hold up. Wait a minute. They can still get sent. Black Flag Army just flew across. And now P and Rose are also trying to fly in towards them. Santa Catrina will be in a lot of danger and TSG have to eliminate all these neighbors and not let them get close.
Being in the center of the circle, in the broken ship, they are going to be attacked. Ooh, here comes the fight between 2 strong players, 2 strong teams, the 2 contenders of winning the title. Team PVS pushing against Team TSG in the Santa Catarina ship. Sure, the player will be revived, but one team's destiny surely has to end here. 4 teams already. Team TSG on the top, PVS on the bottom, HTG still climbing to the top, and on the right side they have Black Flag Army. Which team's destiny comes to an end? Only time can show us, because Team Elite playing pretty too safe. They are the only safe ones here.
Yeah, Team Elite, they were pushed outside the zone for a second, but now they actually have the best compound. PVS had the control of the ship since a very long time, but then they jumped down to get rid of all the intruders. Every single team is trying to jump on the ship. It's like Noah's Ark all over again. All these animals, they are in a messy situation. You've got Vasio Esports also fighting from a distance, and Team Elite, they see so many targets up for the taking. They're going to take a lot of shots at them. Vasio Esports have been eliminated, but then again, they were not supposed to do much in this game anyway, right? PVS, now that they control the bottom floor, have to make sure that Black Flag Army doesn't spoil the game for them. TSG from top, they're raining fire upon HTG. Again, frags mostly inconsequential for TSG. They just need to keep themselves alive. But because TSG have picked themselves up, Vasio Gaming now realize that the upper floor is gone and they can no longer control it. So they have to hold on to this area with an iron grip. Team Elite inching closer. They clash against P and Rose, but P and Rose, they were sandwiched between TSG and the CRNX, so they have been crushed. But no, TSG, they lose focus for a second. Black Flag Army come on the top, and they're about to eliminate TSG. They lose focus for just 1 second, and they lose their lives. TSG are out. It's up to PVS and Team Elite to somehow finish this off.
It is end for Team TSG Army to take away the title, but Team Elite played it smarter, did not involve themselves into any sort of fight. 5 teams, 18 players. PVS also struggling very badly. Yogi being the last man standing here, taking some shots through the shotguns, and there's no way he can survive. PVS also gets an end here. Team Elite now, it is all about them. If they win the fight from here, they take away the title.
They take away the title, they take away the championship, and they've been at it since a very long time. Black Flag Army, TVS, all of these guys, they're exchanging shots. Team Elite, they must hunker down. They don't have much cover to work with. They're running out of blue walls as well. Pahari has 9, but Old Monk has none. And they need to get directly under Black Flag Army. That's the only way they stay safe. Pahari, lovely shot onto Shanky. But this is an endless cycle of resurrections. Even Sallu goes down. Pahari launches himself, cover the distance, and directly underneath they should be safe from Black Flag Army, but they still have to deal with HTG. And at the same time, DCRNX are also trying to get in the zone. Arman will bleed out, but HTG have to somehow spoil the game for Team Elite. Glue wall melters deployed. Black Flag Army no longer have angles upon them. And Black Flag Army were responsible for eliminating PVS and PSG as well. Imagine Black Flag Army, if they get this booyah, they would have destroyed all the Champion Rush teams and single-handedly spoiled the entire tournament for them.
Team Elite, well, if it is so easy to eliminate them, but still the players are taking a lot of time, and Abhijit taking the stand here again, trying to decimate players from Team Elite. 2 players down already, 2 remaining. Black Flag Army spoiled the fun for everyone. Team Elite's last man standing, Mr. Jai. How long can he survive? It is a 1 versus 7. He will be eliminated, and there's no victor from Champion Rush. I believe it's all about 2 teams remaining, 4 versus 3. Black Flag Army definitely ruined it.
Yeah, they ruined the game for everybody, man. They first jump down, they distracted PBS, then they climb up on board the top when PSG were distracted, but now HGG will exact revenge. 2 knocks for them. Lawyer trying to navigate across this maze of blue walls, and he's found the last man. Black Flag Army ruined the game for everybody, but HTG put them in their place. What a turn of events was this. Santa Katrina turning into such a messy battleground for everyone.
Team Elite's late rotation definitely allowed them to survive until top 3, but the Black Flag Army and HTG had different plans set for each and every team. Having the Champion Rush activated, HTG with a total of 16 points already. Elimination points, Shanky was the last man standing. 3 players pushing against 1. And it was done and dusted immediately. Sure, they didn't want any player to be down on their knees. Trying to revive, Chrono Shield definitely gave a better cover for a while. And then it was the last man shot down. Total of 17. No, it was total of 18 eliminations on their name. And a booyah. Now this is something, Crips, that we did not expect HTG to jump out of nowhere. And I want to name Black Flag Army they spoiled the fun for everyone.
Yeah, they spoiled the fun for everyone, but hey, there's a positive way of looking at this. We get to see the last map as well. We get to see more Free Fire Max action. So we are going the distance. Now, I'm pretty sure that after this game, there will be even more teams whose Champion Rush conditions have been activated. I'm guessing there will be at least 5. My math is bad, but I can still figure out that there's going to be quite a lot happening. So at this point, the champion can be crowned either way. If any of the Champion Rush condition teams win the booyah, they will take it. If not, the number 1 team with the highest points will take the championship.
Well, the fight started off with Car 98. They were immediately eliminated by Team HTG. HTG started off their fighting as soon as they had a landing, and then they continued to do so. PVS started off very well, continued also very well, but then Circle took a shift with water routes involved, and then the ship was the only cover that was available. Each and every team started pushing on there. Vasio Esports with late rotations, they were able to managed to get some picks, but then Pahari with a sniper, there was nowhere anyone can walk up and open with him setting up the crosshairs.
Yeah, and at one point we really thought that Team Elite would be the ones that take the booyah away. I mean, they were not in this messy Santa Katrina fight. but they were running low on resources. Pahadi had like some 9 glue walls, and Old Monk had nothing to work with. So when Pahadi went down, it's not like he can even drop it to his teammates and help them secure the win or stay alive any longer. So yeah, Black Flag Army, by virtue of rushing everybody down, they kind of ruined the game for everyone. And then when they jumped off the height, they were already in a bit of danger. HTG get 19 eliminations out of this match, so that's a big game for them. Again, I'm not sure if that's enough to push them into the champion rush range.
I feel bad for three teams who pushed all their luck, all their efforts to go ahead and grab the title. But now champion rush phase is over for them. Instead, now there are going to be other teams who have activated their champion rush. Now I'm waiting to see out of minimum 6 teams might have activated, because they were all very near to 80 points. So I believe now it's fight either for the top point scorer, which stands a very less chances where they'll take away the title. It has to be someone from the 5 or 6 teams who just got their champion rush activated.
Yeah, it has to be one of them, because the number 1 spot is above the 100-point mark. And it's very unlikely that in the last game, one team is able to do enough to overthrow that and go above the 100-point marker. So, yeah, this is going to be a very, very rough fight. But hey, I'm at least glad that we get to see all 8 maps today. And we still don't even know which the last map is going to be. I mean, we'll find out soon enough. And when we do, one of these teams will be very happy, because if it's a generic map like Bermuda, I think everybody will be, on the same page. But if it's a specialist map, some of these teams will have an advantage, especially in maps like Kalahari or Nextera.
Well, let's see if there's going to be the third Kalahari in the day. If that happens, Team Elite again strike a good chance to win. But I don't think that that the gods of map randomizer is also going to put them in a good spot every single time.
Yep. Let's find out. For now, let's take a look at the MVP of this game. 10 eliminations for Lawyer. Wow. His team had 19, so he's done more than half the job. 50%, probably more than that, by Lawyer alone.
He did all the great work for his team, and starting off as soon as they landed, I believe that is exactly momentum they should have got from the start of Grand Finals. But sure, they're not too late. Team Black Flag Army and Team HTG definitely allowed the Grand Finals to last one map longer. And this is going to be an 8 map per day for the first time in history of Free Fire Max Skyesports Pro League, because we have had 6 map routines, and this is for the first time where we are going to witness 8 maps. Talking about the team featured on the Booyah banner, Lawyer Sure, with 10 eliminations, he stands number 1, followed by Prateek with 5 eliminations, Darshan with 3 eliminations, and Mokriya with 1 elimination. Mokriya, the player to watch out for from my concern or from my side, he is in the rock bottom, but sure, he did give away those 12 assists to his teammates.
Yeah, quite a lot of assists. Let's take a look at the game standings. 31 points for HTG Esports. Is this enough to push them above the 80-point mark? I'm not sure. I mean, they weren't even close. So I'm going to assume that with 30 points, they should be close. But let's take a look at everyone else. Black Flag Army, 19 points in this game. PVS, 15 points in this game. And DCR next will tell. I think this is enough for at least 5 or 6 teams to activate the champion rush condition, as you spoke about. But Assassin Army with only 9, they are not going to be close to the 80-point mark. PN Rose, again, had the lead at one point. They needed a lot more than 6 points. TSG Army, it's fine if they get 6 points, that's okay. Vasio with only 5 points. I don't remember exactly how many points they had before this game. I don't know if this is enough to let them activate the champion rush condition, but now let's take a look. 5 teams exactly. Oh my god. We already knew PVS, Team Elite were up there. TSG Army was up there. But now, DCRNX and Black Flag Army have also entered the mix. It's a 5-way battle for the Booyah now.
Imagine somebody else taking away the Booyah and not these 5 teams who have already given a lot to everything that was needed. Now, PN Rose just 3 points shy from qualifying towards point rush activation. Now it's the last map that decides the fate, the destiny about who takes away the title, the trophy, the prize pool. But will it be from the team who has got champion rush activated, or will it be from the team who doesn't? Now this is a mix. A lot of a lot of confusion, not only for us but also for the viewers, because usually Crips we used to say, okay, this top three teams have got a good buffer, they'll take away. Gone are the days, Crips, when this sort of discussions made any sense. Now it's all about 5 teams. Will it be any from them, or it'll be somebody else taking away the title?
If somebody else takes away the title, then I think it's going to come down to just points, and then the team with the number 1 spot will win. So even if PBS don't get the booyah, they will be very happy if somebody can come in and, rescue them. So, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. 5 teams can take the championship if they win the booyah. If not, then by default, the team at the top of the table will get the championship. Let's jump into the last game. This is going to be as exciting because the stakes have never been this higher. Let's take a look first at which the last map is going to be. So far, we've seen all the maps, and we get Purgatory as the last one.
A very interesting map, a very strategic map, unlike of Bermuda or Kalahari, where we are already destined whether to rush, whether to go ahead and use those snipers. Purgatory is the map where you have to decide if you want to survive, if you want to go aggressive, where you want to use snipers. It is mix of everything that you'd want to see, and Purgatory is one of a kind map, a perfect map to end the day, to end the tournament, Crips. One of the most interesting and strategic map where you have to think a lot before processing.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very messy fight. Before we jump into Purgatory, let's take a look at what happened in the previous game of Purgatory. And you can see how much map control matters over here. P and Rose, look at how much zone they control. They're like smack in the center. They're also sending Sahil a little close to PVS and Kar98, just to keep harassing them. But PVS and Kar98, they both were in the same house. PVS Gaming have set up a lot of traps. Like I said, this is one of those houses that reminds me of Kevin McAllister from the movie Home Alone. There were so many landmines. Kar98 can't go upstairs. PVS Gaming can't jump downstairs. So what do PVS Gaming do? When the circle finally starts shrinking, they were forced to jump out of the window. And who's waiting for them outside the window? It's P and Rose. They spread out over quite a lot of cover. You have Sahil behind one fence, Lewis behind another. KD God, he's found some rock for himself. And then P and Rose herself, she's all the way towards the back providing overwatch, providing cover fire. And now the zone starts shrinking. And look how much chaos is about to ensue. You see the circle over there? Everybody in the circle is going to either lose most of their HP or their lives entirely. So PVS Gaming can't go down the stairs of this house because, again, landmines. So they start jumping out. And as soon as they jump out, P and Rose, they start shooting at them. They rain down all the bullets they have. The entire arsenal, the entire armada was thrown in. And just to make sure that the glue walls can't cover them, Lewis dives in. Lewis is in the front line, navigating in between the glue walls, trying to get all the angles, while P and Rose herself is at the top spot from the high ground. She's providing cover fire from afar. And look at how much pressure they put Kar98 under. The moment PVS are wiped up, they don't even let Kar98 breathe. They don't give them any time to heal. They don't give them even an inch to work with. Yes, they keep putting glue walls. They keep trying to keep themselves alive in the end. But in the end, P and Rose were like, screw it. We're just going to use the melters. We're going to dive in with all 4 members. And we're going to play around these glue walls. We're going to dance in the center. KD God and Lewis stay close to them while Sahil and Rose try to get multiple angles. And this is why P and Rose was such a difficult team to deal with. They didn't just stick in one place and, just try to push the other team and try to rain fire upon them. They spread out just enough in a way where they can provide cover to each other. They can trade each other out. And at the same time, they force their enemies to take care of multiple angles. You can't just cover yourself with one glue wall and stay safe.
Agreed. And P and Rose, with such a commendable performance on the map of Brasilia, they are not part of point rush activation. Now that is a very sad part for them. Even if they win away the booyah, they are still going to be short on the total points from number 1. So it's like very far away, and now it's a dream for them to take away the title until and unless they go for some miraculous amount of kill, or they are able to do something which is impossible, which stands a chance or as thin as an hair. Now coming towards other 5 teams, what do you have to say, Crips, about these 5 teams? Whom do you think? Now it's an open prediction because we very well know about PVS. the bravest hearts amongst all. They're ready to pick up fights even when they are fighting in Point Rush. Team Elite going as passive as possible. Team TSG, they are being targeted from 2 to 3 different teams. Now, within 3, we have added 2 in the mix. What do you have to say? What addition will they bring?
I think it's Black Flag Army
Yes.
who have been the spice of the entire tournament. They ruined the game for everyone. And I thought Black Flag Army weren't close enough in points. But it turns out they do just enough to get 81. They jump into the champion rush condition already. And we've already seen that these guys are the zone prediction gods. They can already get the best compound to themselves. If they win this Booyah, this would be such an amazing story, such an amazing comeback.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final stretch. This is the final lap for Skyesports Pro League Free Fire Max on the grounds of Purgatory.
We take off over golf course, go all the way to its ski lodge. Now, for the final game, I would also like to welcome my dear friend Arka back onto the casting chair. Arka, you've been watching the last match from the sidelines. What do you feel about this one?
Oh, there's a dish which is baking so healthy. I'm waiting to see
seems like
which
Arka will
among.
respond to me later. So for now, let's take over the plane. Let's get these teams to their respective drop locations.
I guess Cribs. It's the game which is making us get carried away. I was speaking about the big dish which is right now being prepared, and amongst all these things, look at the early confrontation which is taking place over here. Black Flag Army are getting into the quirks of things as they're trying to take down the side of HTG, and it seems like they're having a bit of an upper hand as of now. After losing Hacker and getting 2 eliminations, they are having a ball of a time. Pratik, now in the crosshairs of the opponents, will be in deep trouble because Avjeet and his teammate is going to walk out of this glue wall and make sure they get another elimination for themselves. And with that, HTG will be losing another player.
HTG don't really have much to lose, honestly. But PVS, this could be detrimental for them if they don't win this fight. They've already picked up a fight. They've already picked up an elimination. And so far, Skylot seems to be pretty uncontested. They even use the UAV just to make sure that nobody else is around them. And even if they are, I don't think PVS would want to actively fight them. 5 teams have a chance of winning the Free Fire Max Skyesports Pro League, PVS Gaming. They currently stand on top. You've got Team Elite, who were supposed to win the last game, but they were robbed. DCR and X had a brilliant game in Bermuda, raining fire upon everybody. They did just enough to get themselves to the Champion Rush stage.
Yeah.
TSG, they've been leading since the start, and they were robbed. And they were robbed by Black Flag Army. It's kind of poetic, right? Black Flag generally is associated with pirates, and they invade Santa Catrina to take the ship for themselves. It's like they were destined to win all of those fights. It's like they were destined to eliminate the 3 teams that were in that area who were in a position to win the tournament, and they propelled themselves into this mix.
What a storyline to be written for this final game. Again, they were stolen in broad daylight. They were looted in broad daylight. But again, coming back, this game is also turning to be a bit more interesting because it seems like few teams like P and Rose and other teams are still trying to eye for the championship itself. A wild number coming in from any other teams at the bottom of the table might give them an edge to end in the top 3. It's all about trying to finish off things at the top 3 on a very good note, whereas there are several teams who are actually not having such great time. Total Gaming is one amongst them. Even though they were one of the fan favorite teams, it seems like nothing has gone right for them throughout the day.
Yeah, Total Gaming, nothing has gone right for them. I mean, even if they win the Booyah, the chances of them winning the whole tournament are grim. I mean, they will have to cross the 100-point marker, and they will need like a 20 elimination game in order to overtake the number 1 team. Assassin Army now, take a look at this. They've been leading since the start, but today they just fell short. The chances of them winning the tournament are abysmal. Even if they wipe out the entire lobby and get the Booyah, it doesn't seem to be enough. So now they just do whatever they can to get Team Elite out of this mix. And Team Elite have to hold their horses. Pahadi gets the knock onto the peak, and even Old Monk has been able to chime in. Pahadi finishes off Honey, and yeah, 2 players down from Assassin Army. They were destined to win this tournament. They were the ones who had the most advantage going into this day. They won the point rush stage, but now they're nowhere to be seen. They're still somewhere around the 50-point marker, and they are enraged about that. Nice shot connected onto Old Monk. Switches over to the SKS to get that finish. No, he can't actually get the finish. It's only a knock. Old Monk can still be picked back up, and Mr. J is here for the rescue.
Now, this is where Team Elite are going to welcome every single elimination out there, because it's all about you trying to make yourself a bit stronger, cement yourself on top of the table. And let me remind you, if in case Team Elite will have to grab the championship away from everybody else by not attaining the Booyah, and not allowing PVS or any other team in the champion rush to attain the Booyah, then they'll need more than 25 or 30 points in a single game. So Team Elite will be looking out for that. Whereas on the other side, PVS, are they going back to the same good old gameplay of trying to hold the center of the circle, not bothered about everybody else, and then try to attain the Booyah to show themselves why they are one of the teams to reckon with? Because nobody who saw this coming, nobody understood how PVS could put up such a great fight in a lobby like this. With all of this, ladies and gentlemen, the Marble Works seems to have 3 teams amongst it, right? One is Team Elite, then you have the side of Desi RNX, and also you have the side of VE as well. But let's see how things are going to go.
Vasio Esports. I kind of feel bad for them because they were doing so well for themselves. They already had a Booyah.
Yeah.
And if there's a Booyah specialist in the lobby, it has to be them.
True.
And they're already pretty good on Purgatory. They had a Booyah on Purgatory the other day as well. So this would have been perfect for them, but they're not even anywhere close to the champion rush condition. So now they're going to, if they want to win the tournament, they will have to somehow cross the 100-point marker, or hope that none of the teams who are in the champion rush condition get the win.
The chances of teams in champions rush condition getting a Booyah is more in comparison to the others, because the others are right now going to concentrate on getting more points so that they can place themselves better in the overall standing, rather than trying to target teams, because there's a big chunk of prize pool which is to be shared, right? And they want to have the most of it at any given point of time. But as of now, HTG versus Assassin Army happening at a distance, and Assassin Army on the receiving end of things, as finally we are able to see some traction taking place. With the circle shifting away, things are going to turn much more interesting, ladies and gentlemen, as the circle is now at the Marbles Work region.
The Marble Works region is going to be heavily occupied. TSG on the extreme end of Marble Works. I don't think anybody can backstab them, so they should be safe. But Team Elite are getting full sent right now. And Team Elite will be facing Desi RNX anytime soon. This could be a big, big important battle. Desi RNX, they are just about to eliminate Team Elite. Old Monk holding on to his life. No, he's been found. It's just Pahari on the other side. How will he hold on? He can probably bring... No, he can't bring someone back. He doesn't even have enough tokens. Oh, no. And he's being subject to this flame. He's getting shot by not just Desi RNX, but also by HTG. Another flame thrown at him. Oh my god, Team Elite are getting focused on so hard.
Now, this was not the kind of game which Team Elite wanted to convert. Yes, if Pahari had some coins before he stepped up there, then he could have summoned in the pocket market. One player was more than enough to be summoned in this game. Whereas now he's at a very, very peculiar situation. All he can do is just hope that somehow he can escape from this place and then try to recall his teammates, which is almost next to impossible. But Pahari is well known to make the impossible things possible. Coming back, BFA, one of the teams to watch out for. The way they've shown us some brilliance in the previous game is also now having some hard time, as they're going to be facing off another team very, very close to them. And that's going to be BinZ. BinZ, they also want to showcase to the world that they are capable of converting 4v4s.
Yeah, I mean, BinZ Gaming have kind of been the punching bag of the lobby so far. So They're not the biggest threat to BFA, but if in a Hail Mary attempt, they manage to weaken BFA, if not completely eliminate them, it will screw up their chances to win the tournament. And Black Flag Army have done so much, man. This was like a heroic comeback for them. To do all of that in Kalahari, get themselves in the champion rush spot, and somehow lose to Binzed Gaming in the final, that would be such an unsatisfying end, an anticlimactic end to their story. But BFA are winning these fights. Hacker and Shanky, they both get a knock instead. It's just Shanky and Hacker. They managed to pick Avijit back up. The whole team has been revived. These guys are on a mass revival mission, but Arup and Subo, they get 2 knocks again. Black Flag Army are out. They go around the other side of this house, and now Binzed Gaming have ruined the chances for Black Flag Army. P and Rose are here. They want a piece of this pie as well. Lewis, KD God, they will be able to revive Sahil, but Black will go down. And both these teams, while they're fighting each other, they see RNX. They see all of this. They are salivating at the thought of extra points, but I think they will have to hold on to their horses. They will have to be satisfied with not going in for the third party. Somehow in all of this, Team Elite still stay alive, but Bahari still can't escape that tower.
But Black Flag Army, what a tremendous opportunity they had in their hands. And all of a sudden, they've all thrown it away down the drains with one team eliminated. PVS are going to be watching everything up close. The more number of players get eliminated from this lobby, the more they're going to be thanking their stars, because they have all 4 men standing. They've got a decent difference when it comes to the overall standing as well. And all they're going to be praying right now is for the teams in the Champions Rush to be eliminated. That is all they need. They don't need to bother about anything else. They don't need a big game. They don't need a booyah once. Everything else is going to fall in place, obviously, because of the big pointers they've done in the previous games. In the sense, the amount of points they've gained and the difference they've made between themselves and #2team.
Yeah, this is gonna be so difficult for them, right? Meanwhile, Pahadi just watching the world blow up around him, engulfed in flames. He's gonna enjoy his distance and roast marshmallows as the heat amps up around him. Car 98. Sure, they're gonna face total gaming, but look at Insane diving in, instantly gets destroyed by Windsmoke upon landing. Heat in quite a lot of danger. Can he get a knock? Yes, he can, but he will be traded instantly. The rest of Total Gaming now also full sending it in. And Swastik has been locked out of this fight. He's trying to find an angle from which he can make himself relevant again. But it seems like his teammates are doing quite well for themselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Crips. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping way too close to comfort as we're going to be coming to the final moments of this game. 9 teams still alive, amongst which 4 teams have that capability of attaining champion because they are in the champion rush list. With this, the predictions are going to go bonkers in the chat. I would love, Crips, to know what your predictions are going to be, because TSG is going to be one of those teams everybody were vouching for. And the way they are holding the circle right now seems to be like they might grab away the Booyah Pikes throw. They might grab away the Booyah from PBS. All they have to do is wait for HTG to take down PBS amongst the fight into the circle. Whereas Car 98 as well, they are trying to do their best. They want to eliminate the side of Total Gaming before they make it through. And with that, Team Elite gets eliminated as well. Ladies and gentlemen, just 3 teams left out from the champion draw.
Wait.
PVS still looking strong on top of the table.
Wait. Are Team Elite actually eliminated? Pahadi, he just pulled off a self-res. Pahadi might just be in this fight. He still has to leave that area. P and Rose go down. Pahadi, he's still in the running. Mafia Bala, he's been shot down. That's okay. Car 98, they're just trying to get as many finish points as possible. But Pahari, will he actually survive this one? I think this is finally it. Yeah, he's going to go down eventually. There was a tiny glimmer of hope when he pulled off that self-res. But that glimmer of hope has been extinguished. Team Elite out for good. Black Flag Army ruined their chances last game, and now they've ruined it for themselves as well. TSG currently hold the best possible position in this circle. PVS, they are trying to come in from the northwest side. They should have this area of the circle to themselves, but Vasio Gaming are being such a spoiled sport. Reti tries to go in for the rest, but he's been put down. It's just Nancy, and he's running for his life. He's been found. Desi RNX also take a bite out of this pie. And one more team is out. It's all up to PBS and this DRX right now. Unlike TSG, who've been going ham, it's all up to TSG and they see RNX right now. And unlike TSG, who've been sitting there silently, they see RNX show no signs of stopping.
Absolutely, they see RNX. They need to be careful. And now is the time for them to shine. How will they make it inside the circle? Yes, TSG are a little bit busy because HTG on one side and VE on the other. That is Team Vasio on the other. They're going to keep the side of TSG away from this fight. You can see they're slowly becoming this patty in the sandwich. Whereas they see RNX, they've got Car 98 to deal with and then come out in the open and somehow try to survive. If you ask me, the stars have been written for the side of TSG. In case they get taken down, then PVS might be walking away with the championship. All of these things are going on here, ladies and gentlemen. Let your predictions come out in the chat. As of now, they see our next trying to do something impossible. Yes, the throwables are going to be working out. Now coming out in the open, they're going to be welcoming a lot of crosshair to put them down. Lot of glue walls are going to be deployed, trying to make it to the center, and they're hanging on to their nerves before they move forward. They want the others to fight it out, but I don't think so. That's going to be an easy case if you ask me.
Vasio Esports really need to destroy TSG right here and now. They're going up against them while they see RNX on the other side of the zone. They're getting focused by HTG. Luckily, nobody else is shooting at them, so they can just place glue wall upon glue wall and come closer.
This, ladies and gentlemen, TSG have a greater opportunity. Ayush gets taken down. It's going to be... Oh my goodness, with the blink of an eye, it seems like most of the teams are now being eliminated over here. DCR and XM have now got an opportunity. Vasio Esports are trying to do their best to do things. Oh, haywire for the side of HTG. Two players of DCR and X keeping their fingers crossed, waiting for a moment to capture over here, as it's going to be Vasio, the last man standing, trying to do his best. HTG are also trying to do their best as well to survive for the longest time possible. These will have to do something special. No, he gets taken down. The revival does come through. Assassin holding on to his nerve. Two players coming in from the left, two players coming in from the right, trying to do their best, but that's not going to be the case, ladies and gentlemen. The Booyah is going to be snatched away by a team unknown, but with this, the championship is going to be walking away to another. Who's going to be the champions, as Hello Telugu Gamers are going to be taking the limelight for this game.
Two Booyahs back to back. These two guys, they have been phenomenal. HTG come alive towards the end of the tournament, but is that enough? They've been two Booyahs back to back. They ruined the chances for everybody else who's had the Champion Rush condition activated. But keep in mind, if none of the Champion Rush teams win, then the team with the highest overall points will take the title. Have HTG done enough to claim the title for themselves, or will they just serve it to the top team on a silver platter?
I feel the golden platter is already being served to the champions. In moments to come, we will get to know who it is, because PVS gets eliminated a little bit earlier. That gives a bit of an opening for the side of Team Elite. Gives a bit of an opening for the side of TC RNX as well. Both these teams, how many eliminations have they got for themselves? How many placement points have these two teams raked up in those final moments of the game? Because all of it, the numbers will be crunching down. But yes, I can see that the chat is going bonkers. Few of them are getting it right, that this is the team to walk away with the championship. But I'm 100% sure the team to attain this championship were never in the prediction list of any casters, were never, in anybody's mind until the final moments of the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what makes this tournament so exciting. I mean, the format is super interesting, which keeps you on the edge of your seat until the very last second. And on top of that, with the whole unique skill condition also being put in place, the teams have had to come up with very, very creative ways to win the Booyah and get as many eliminations as possible. I mean, we've probably seen the meta evolve over the course of these few days. Yeah. Ever since we started this tournament, nobody exactly knew how to play this tournament in this new format, how to play with the new active abilities. But over the course of these few days, the teams have adapted and they've become so much better. We've seen entire character arcs for these teams. So yeah, it's been phenomenal.
I mean, if you ask me, the team to just think of the basics, right? The textbook basics which we speak about, trying to play for more booyahs, trying to gain at least an average of 10 to 12 points in every single game. Those teams who have thought that through are the teams to be on the top of the table. Yes, there was some brilliant performance coming in from one or two teams. At the nick of a time, they were able to put a big 30 or a 35 bomber to make sure they also activate the champion rush. But the most consistent team is the team which is going to be coming up on top of the table. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be looking who's going to be the champions of Skyesports Pro League Free Fire Max 2025. It's going to be none other than the team all the way from the south, making noise right now for the team, the champions, PVS Gaming. All 5 players showing brilliance. PVS leading the team from the front. Nancy showing brilliance with his gun. Adiyogi, when it comes to the snipers, he's been taking down players. Eco and Reti, given a chance when it comes to those advantageous situation, given a chance to support their teammates. They have done phenomenally well. A team which is to be reckoned with, and the team which is worthy of being the champion out here.
PVS Gaming, what a story for them. At the end of the knockout stage, they were one of the last teams to make it through. In fact, the difference between them and the teams that did not qualify was just 1 single point. And given their performance in the knockout stage, none of the casters predicted that PVS Gaming could win. But now they have surprised us all. They subvert the expectations, they defy all odds, and they climb all the way to the top. Champion rush or no rush, they still perform consistently, get booyahs, get eliminations, and they climb the way to the top in the good old fashion by accumulating a bunch of points. They were the first team to cross the century mark, and that asserts their dominance.
Absolutely. And what a way to play the grand finals. Until the grand finals, they hid their true strategy. They knew how to play this game. They read the opponent so well, because the way Vasio Esports played the initial games of this tournament were very similar to how PVS played this final moments of this tournament. So somewhere Vasio lost track of what they were doing successfully. In between all these things, PVS picked up on it. But again, we also have to say that TSG Army, even though the firepower was their true, advantageous points, they did lose it out in moments of this game. They did not convert those 4v4s. And also, most of these teams did not think about having a split of 1v3, as one player is going to go for the recall tower. The rest 3 players are going to go take some fights. I don't know why that didn't happen, but ultimately PVS took the championship.
PVS Gaming took the championship, and that too in such a lovely comeback.
Yeah.
What a story, man. I mean, we've had interesting stories all the way from the start of this day. From Black Flag Army making a hero entry towards the end, to PVS Gaming going from 0 to hero over the course of these 2 days. These guys have been phenomenal. And given their performance in the knockout stage, I would not have expected them to be here, but here they are. It's the team from the south. It's PVS Gaming, who are the champions of Free Fire Max Skyesports Pro League.
I mean, I also guess it's the luck which Team Tamilas put in, because PVS recently joined Team Tamilas as a NOR, and every single time they come into the picture, they always get it. But this is how everything ended. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the team on the top. PVS with 70 eliminations speak for itself. A big number with 129 points. They see RNX right behind them with 105. Most of the casters predicted TSG Army and Team Elite, and they end up at the 4th and the 5th position. Hello Telugu Gamers, out of nowhere, another team from the south shows us that they were also capable of getting this championship for themselves in the final 2 games, showing brilliance. The 2 booyahs which they got for themselves were more than enough to place themselves in the top 3.
Yeah, man, the 2 back-to-back booyahs got them to the top 3. And man, I just can't believe that we also slept on HTG. They kind of ruined the game for everybody else along with Black Flag Army. In fact, I would put HTG above Black Flag Army in the way they played, because it's very difficult to get 2 booyahs back to back when so many teams are still trying to play defensively. So you will have to force them to make mistakes. It's not like you can catch them in the open. It's not like you can force a fight against them. No, HTG will have to do it the hard way. So kudos to them as well. Desi RNX could have had the championship, man. I mean, they were not in that messy mix where Vasio, TSG, all of them are fighting against each other. Desi RNX were on the polar opposite end of the circle. And if they held on, we would be crowning a different champion right now. We would have had Desi RNX as the champion if they did not die out early in that game.
I mean, so many dreams shattered. Look at how everything looked in the first 3 games. It was 2 teams dominating. One was P and Rose come up with a big number, and where do they end up? At the #7 position. And after which they came to a standstill, and nobody understood as to what happened with P and Rose's team. TSG Army were looking to dominate throughout. Suddenly they also were stopped in their tracks. Yes, they tried to pick up an average in every single game, but the Booyah flow started to stop, due to which they couldn't capture the rest of the game. PVS on the other side, with just one Booyah, all they were doing is picking up eliminations, and only in the final circles.
Oh my god! He actually does it! This mad lad Pahari climbs all the way to the top. He's the king of the hill. Sadak slips to the 2nd spot. And Pahari was the last bastion for his team. He was the last man standing in that tower when the rest of his teammates were eliminated. He pulled off a self-res, hoping that he would be able to clutch out, but unfortunately the odds were stacked heavily against him. At least he will grab that solo prize of the Predator. At least he will be able to claim that he still is the best player in India, even if his team doesn't win.
Absolutely. And what a time to step up to his team. MVP leaders. We're going to be looking at Anshu for the side of Vasio Esports, getting around 3 MVPs in total. And obviously, he's got to be walking away with a big chunk of 20,000 rupees. Mokria did try to do his best. Yes, he also got 3 MVPs, but it all came down to the amount of eliminations they carried, the total damage which was given as well, all of it put together, and the points in which they picked up those MVPs will be considered, and due to which he's going to be standing atop of everybody else.
Indeed. Vasio Esports, these guys have also been phenomenal throughout the tournament, and hey, the MVP title, at least it's a consolation for his team. Mokria climbed up to the 2nd spot in just those last 2 games with back-to-back Booyahs. He's been able to rack up all the MVPs in the last 2 matches. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's head over to the winner interview soon. I really want to talk to PBS Gaming. I want to see what happens when a team who was not expected to win by anyone climbs all the way to the top. I want to see what kind of redemption arc was going on in their heads as well.
Now, the Predator award in this tournament obviously goes to Pahadi as well for being atop of everybody else, for having the most eliminations. When we thought that this team is not able to catch up to any kind of momentum, they showed us that they were also one of the champion teams, because they also had the champion rush activated. It's just that all 4 of them were caught in one single tower, or 1v3 split, which backfired to them so badly, with Pahadi the last man standing. But we'll be heading on to the interview at the Hindi desk to see who's going to be coming in and what special things are waiting.
How are you feeling right now after being champion?
Yeah, I have to shout.
The stage is all yours, Anna. The stage is all yours. What do you want to shout? Can you shout the war cry with me for Pesi Nalum Tamilanda? Go for it.
Yeah, your dialogue. Pesi Nalum Tamilanda.
Yeah! Oh my God.
Yes!
See the excitement. So, PVS Gaming, I want to ask a question. That you won the tournament, and what message you gonna say to your fans? Is there any message?
We are come from like last 5 years, so we want this type of opportunity, but we use this type of opportunity, and this league stage and so many practice stage, we are struggling to getting Booyah. So our boys and me, we are practicing very hard, and night time we slept at 3 o'clock, and we practicing regularly, and I'm coming from hospital and I am practicing with my team, so I have to play the two match. I have to give some points to my teammates. After that, boys will take care of that remaining things. So my boys did it.
Oh my God. And Anna, how difficult it was in the Champions Rush, because it's a new format in our server, and it's hard to understand. Do you feel it exciting? It was like little bit raising the heartbeat. Even a doctor also is feeling the heat.
Yeah, everyone having this type of excitement, but this format is quite difficult for us because 6 match we are in top. Again, we need someone Booyah. Booyah is very difficult for my team because they are ready to rush only. They're not having that much that patience and slow and taking Booyah. But okay, but we are interesting for playing 8 match and taking see the result. Interesting to taking this championship with my team.
Okay. Thank you so much, PVS Gaming, for joining us. Congratulations once again.
Thank
You
you.
finally get it what you deserve, and thank you so much for joining. और ये थे हमारे PVS Gaming जो हमारे साथ जुड़े, and इसी के साथ देखिए मुकाबला.
Man, I love the dedication of this guy. I mean, he had so many odds stacked against him, from being at the bottom of the knockout stage to climbing all the way to the top while practicing till 3 a.m. in the night, while dealing with a medical emergency at the same time. That is a tremendous amount of pressure to bear on your shoulders alone. But luckily for PVS Gaming, his team, armed with tremendous firepower, was also equipped to deal with all that pressure. Like he said, these guys are a bunch of rushers. They don't want to play for the booyah. They want to play for the elimination points. And in the end, it's their grit, their perseverance, and their firepower that got them the win.
Now, you know what puts a smile on my face? The gamer inside the doctor who is enjoying right now. He might be successful in his career. He might have done so many operations. He would have had so much of success. But all of it kept aside. As a gamer, he's achieved something big. And that happiness is kind of outshining every other achievement which he's got in himself. And that those are the few moments I live for. But again, as he said, his team is one of those teams who are on the aggressive front of things. They would like to take fights. To hold them back to achieve that booyah was another task altogether, and they've done it perfectly throughout this tournament.
Yeah, they have indeed did it perfectly. What a way to mount a comeback. What a way to claim the tournament for yourselves. And I feel nothing but pride for this team from the bottom of my heart, because these guys have shown us what true perseverance is, what true gaming spirit is all about.
Absolutely. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, what a festival we have had so far. I know that most of you would want to have some more festival up ahead. I'm hoping for some more festivals to occur like this. When I speak about festival, I speak about the Skyesports Pro League Free Fire Max 2025. It's been long since we have casted. It's been long. We all been waiting for such a tournament to show up, and I believe the celebrations couldn't have ended up in a better way, because every single team out there are champions, according to me. It was not easy to play this format at the get-go. Nobody understood how to tackle the grand finals, but still there were several teams who did give up their best. In any given situation, we had several teams give their best foot forward.
Yeah, everyone, stepped in with the intention to win. They all put their best foot forward. But I can't help but feel sad for the teams who missed out by tiny, narrow margins. I mean, Desi RNX were playing so aggressively all the way from the start. And unlike PVS, they were actually one of the teams that people expected to win. And then in the last circle, when they were almost on the edge by themselves, when they had nobody else as their neighbors, we thought this is it. This could finally be the game where they claim the booyah and claim the championship for themselves. But my heart goes out to them, because they missed out the championship by a tiny margin. They might not have gotten the trophy, but they definitely got our hearts. And I would love to speak to the runner-up team as well. So very soon, we're going to be having an interview with them as well. Ladies and gentlemen, on your screens are the runner-up team right now.
स्वागत करेंगे देसी छोरा का, एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस, आप रहे हो रनर अप. और जिस तरीके से देसी आरएनएक्स खेली थी, स्पेशली मैं आपकी बात करूंगा, आपका भी योगदान बहुत ज़्यादा रहा है टीम के लिए. एंड अपनी टीम के लिए अगर आपको कुछ 2 लाइंस बोलनी हो तो आप क्या बोलना चाहोगे?
सुभान अल्लाह, क्या खेली है, मजा आ गया. ऐसे ही
इनक्रेडिबल. आप थोड़ा सा खुश नहीं लग रहे हैं देसी भाई?
खुश तो है, लेकिन वही है, मैंने अभी तक एक इंटरव्यू नहीं दिया. मेरी टीम ने बोली थी डायरेक्ट हम फाइनल में जीत के इंटरव्यू देंगे, बट वही है ना, टॉप 2 का जो मार्क यहाँ पे लगा हुआ वो छोड़ ही नहीं रहा.
नहीं, बट जोक्स अपार्ट, मैं देखिए हम लोग हंस सकते हैं, बट आई कैन फील हिज इमोशन. आई थिंक जनता भी फील कर सकती होगी कितना करीब था. और पूछना तो पड़ेगा ही, कास्टर्स हैं तो. देसी छोरा भाई, कब लगा कि यार अब तो जीत ही गए? और
लास्ट मैच था, बस वो निकल जाता तो बस जीत ही गए थे, खत्म था. बट वही है, टॉप 2 का यहाँ पे मार्क लगा हुआ है तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता, ऐसा लगता है।
आई थिंक आपने अपना हार्ट बीट जरूर अगर चेक किया होता तो उस टाइम दिल की धड़कनें तो जरूर बढ़ गई होंगी।
बहुत बहुत ज्यादा। 3 स्क्वाड बची थी, 2 बंदे हमारे थे भाई, इधर इधर भाई फील कर रहा था मैं, क्या बोलूं। बाकी फिर भी बहुत अच्छा खेली है। टॉप 2 भाई, टॉप 2 किया, रनर अप रहे।
मैं बस यही कहना चाहूंगा, ये कोई अंत नहीं, सिर्फ शुरुआत है देसी भाई। आगे इस किस्म के टूर्नामेंट में मैं तो चाहूंगा देसी छोरा विद देसी आरनेक्स फिर से देखने को मिले। आपके क्या विचार हैं?
जी जी, पर जरूर देखने मिलेगी 100%। सारी टीम का बराबर से योगदान रहा है।
बिल्कुल, बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द फ्यूचर एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द वंडरफुल इंटरव्यू देसी छोरा। हार्ड लक, बट मैं समझता हूं कि यहाँ आपके यंग लड़कों ने कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ पे स्पोर्ट्स में अपना नाम ही कमाया है।
यस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग देसी छोरा, थैंक यू सो मच। और
The #2 curse. It seems like it's stuck up with the Desi RNX team, but I would say that, you know, in more opportunities being thrown at them, they might convert that #2 curse to make it #1. But again, the intensity, no matter how good you play, the pressure which mounts on your shoulder, the heartbeat up his throat, every single thing explains as to how tough this lobby actually was.
Yeah, this was indeed a very tough lobby. I mean, especially with the new format, the new rules, it was so unpredictable, and all of these teams had to really struggle to get a grip of the meta. And we saw how the playstyle also evolved from the day one of the knockout stage to the final day. The teams who were able to adapt well were the ones who did well, and everybody else was crumbling under the pressure. I mean, a lot of these teams have the firepower. Everybody can aim really well, but the decision making is where you can see which team is able to keep up with the new meta and which team is still playing in the old way, which is holding them back.
And also the preparations, the kind of active skills, the combination of active skills you're going to carry in the initial moments. Because in the final games, we were able to see that nobody was bothered. I hardly saw Tatsuya. I hardly saw 1 or 2 chrono shields being used. But apart from that, I did not see anything else, Scripps.
Yeah, but I have one promise for all of you. You will be seeing a lot more Free Fire Max action later on as well. This is just the start, and we're going to be having a lot more action for you guys. But thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you in the next tournament.
Yeah, like it's set in stone. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. And if it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy up, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts. Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
Coming in, don't hit pause. Owning it like the boss. We taking care of the job like we the best. Going in for the chase, about to go celebrate. We can take home first place like first and 10.
Out in this world we can explore anything we want to the core. So come on, we'll play this game. Show all your skills, bang bang.
Let's raise the bar,
set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what, we will weather any storm when we're together. We can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang bang we're up for it.
Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Free fire, yeah. Could've never faced this alone. Keep my head up and breathing low. Put my heart with the ones I know, yeah. Cause I got the bass turned up loud, and the best that I know around. Fire that we can't live without,